Chapter 1151, Unexpected Harvest. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Welcome. May I ask why you are here today? When Ruhr saw an azure-clothed elder walk into Yun Xin loft, she immediately came forward to tend to him. She was also wary of him. Over the past 5 days, other than Huyen Song and Zhuoqiuhaoyu, Yun Xin loft had not seen a single customer. Ruhr did not suddenly place her hopes on this one person. Where's your master? I want to hire him to refine medicine for me. Sect Master Dong knew of the quarrel between Yun, Huyen Song, and Zhuoqiuhaoyu. He was rather impressed by how the young man with an ordinary background dared to stand up to the myriad immortal pavilion and the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. However, he did not think that Yun would win. Unfortunately, he was desperate today and had nowhere else to turn. Oh? You want me to refine medicine? Yun walked down from upstairs. You are the first proper customer in 5 days to request my services. It had been 5 days. Yun felt that his Yun Xin loft was quite a failure. Were it not for Zhuoqiuhaoyu and Huyen Song's little stunt giving him free publicity, his Yun Xin loft would probably really close down in the future. Young Master E. Sect Master Dong bowed. I'm Jadewave Sect Master, Dong Xiaoqing. Nice to meet you, Sect Master Dong. Yun cupped his fists. Let me make this clear up front, if the materials end up being destroyed during the refining process, I will not make any compensation. As long as you can accept this condition, I will begin the refining process. I naturally know the rules. To be honest, I came here because I was out of options. It's an all-or-nothing bet. Dong Xiaoqing spoke honestly. Even if Huyen Song did not prohibit the other medicinal clinics from making the pill for him, he had no time to seek and gather the refinement fees demanded by the other stores. If there was any further delay, his daughter's talent would truly be wasted. Ha ha. Not only was Yun unoffended by Dong Xiaoqing's frank statement, he actually laughed. Sect Master Dong, please feel free to state your request. Dong Xiaoqing said, Young Master E, I need a body cleansing pill for my daughter. I have already prepared the ingredients. However, I truly can't pay the refinement fees of other establishments. I had a previous deal with Huyen Song. He wanted a skydew grass before he would agree to refine the pill for me. However, he has gone back on his word. All I have is a skydew grass. If you are interested in it, take it away. In the next 100 years, I will give you a total of 100,000 runes intermittently as a form of thanks. If Young Mastery doesn't need the skydew grass, then forget it. Skydew grass? Yun was surprised. He saw Dong Xiaoqing take out a jade box. When he opened it, there was withered yellow grass sitting inside. It looked like it had withered a long time ago, but strangely, there was crystalline dew on the grass's leaf. It is indeed skydew grass. Yun never expected to see skydew grass. According to the Divine Alchemist's notes, skydew grass was an extremely rare herb. One might not even find it if they scoured the oceans and mountains. The Divine Alchemist's notes also use skydew grass as a core ingredient for a pill that could enhance one's soul realm. It was called Skydew Mental Nourishing Pill. Typically, the strength of a warrior's soul was on par with their cultivation level. As for peerless geniuses, the strength of their soul would typically be a subrealm or two higher than their cultivation level. For a person like Yun, who was proficient in 4 great Dao laws and had condensed 4 9-leaf Dao fruits, constructing a 9-edged Dao palace, the power of his soul was already comparable to a half-step supremacy. However, it was still rather hasty to designate Yun's soul to be invincible among peers at his cultivation level. After all, Yun was not a warrior that focused on cultivating his soul. People like Fairy Yuqin had given birth to soul attacks through her cultivation of Zither Dao. She had trained her soul from a young age, so the power of her soul had long reached an unimaginable level among warriors at her level. She had an edge over Yun. A powerful soul was usually reflected by good perception sensing, the launching or enduring of mental attacks, as well as nomological insight. It could not directly raise one's combat strength, so warriors that focused on the soul typically did not have an advantage in battle. However, for alchemists or desolate heaven masters, strength of soul mattered quite a lot. An alchemist with a powerful soul would refine pills of a grade that far exceeded a normal alchemist's. They could also attempt several highly difficult pills. Ian estimated that with the Skydu mental nourishing pill, there would come a day when his soul slowly rose from half-step supremacy to the level of supremacy. As such, he would be more confident when he began refining the hollow soul pill. Ian had even considered the idea of using other herbs to replace the Skydu mental nourishing pill. Young Master E, I know the Skydu grass might not be of much use to you, but I really do not have anything else other than this. Sect Master Dong said with shame. After all, he had been scammed by Huyen Song. He knew that Yi Yun and Huyen Song had a grudge. Only when Huyen Song refused to refine the pill for him did he seek Yi Yun's help. Moreover, he had brought the same herb that Huyen Song had rejected. He felt somewhat apologetic. Not be of much use? Yi Yun faltered slightly. Thinking back on what Dong Xiaoqing said, Huyen Song had wanted a Skydu grass but had gone back on his word. Clearly, Skydu grass wasn't something he cared much about. Why did all the present alchemists think lowly of Skydu grass? Or could it be that the Skydu mental nourishing pill was the product of one of the divine alchemist's exclusive recipes that no one knew of? Yi Yun thought for a moment and found the latter rather likely. Many recipes were invented by alchemists themselves. They were typically secrets that weren't simply passed on. If an alchemist did not have a successor, or if the successor was too limited in ability to properly recreate the recipe, then recipes would be lost over time. The Skydu mental nourishing pill recipe was apparently one of those lost recipes. It resulted in Skydu grass becoming an extremely rare but not very useful herb to alchemists. If that was truly the case, he had truly struck the lottery. Ian felt that he could have refined the pills free for his first true customer. However, he really wanted the Skydu grass. Furthermore, if what Dong Xiaoqing said was true, the number of alchemists that wanted Skydu grass was extremely low. It would only be a pearl covered in dust if it landed in the hands of another. That would be such a pity. After some thought, he said, Sect Master Dong, to be honest, I happen to need this Skydu grass. I can refine the body cleansing pill for you. As for giving me 100,000 runes within 100 years, there's no need for that. Yi Yun did not hide his intentions. Dong Xiaoqing was delighted when he heard that. Although he wasn't sure if Yi Yun could succeed in refining the body cleansing pill, it at least gave him hope. He immediately handed the Skydu grass to Yi Yun, who took it carefully. Materials. Yi Yun stretched out his hand. Sect Master Dong handed an interspatial ring to him without any hesitation. Young Master Yi, when can I receive the pills? Sect Master Dong asked anxiously. The materials in the interspatial ring represented the entirety of his wealth. He'd be lying if he said he didn't panic a little after just handing it all over to Yi Yun. Yi Yun glanced at Sect Master Dong and read his mind. He said with a smile, if you are worried, follow me into the alchemy lab. I'll hand it to you directly once I'm done refining. Chapter 1152, Refinement Process. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. I can watch you? Sect Master Dong was stunned. Except for extenuating circumstances such as Huyen Song and Zhuqiu Haoyu demanding that Yi Yun refine pills in public, many alchemists forbade people from watching the refinement process. One reason for this was that they didn't want to be disturbed, while the second reason was a fear that their hand-seal techniques and alchemy secrets would end up being copied by others. Dong Xiaoqing had not made any such request, yet Yi Yun invited him to watch on his own. It could not be any better. Young Master Yi, won't I disturb you if I'm there on the side, watching? Yi Yun smiled and said, if I'm afraid of being disturbed, Aren't I doomed to fail when I have to refine pills in public 5 days from now? That is true. Dong Xiaoqing was delighted. Although he wasn't certain of Yi Yun's skill, he was somewhat convinced by Yi Yun's confident response. If Yi Yun truly had no skill, he would not have agreed to make a fool of himself in public. Yi Yun led Dong Xiaoqing into the alchemy lab and closed the door. Ruer stayed by his side to tend to him, looking somewhat like a medicine child. Typically, the amount of time alchemists took to refine pills ranged from several hours to several days. When the pill far exceeded the alchemist's level, they would need to set up a massive array and take years to refine it. It could even take hundreds of years. However, such an extensive setup could only be created by alchemist sages. Typical alchemists lacked that ability completely. In the case of the body cleansing pill, it would take about 3 or 4 days to refine. If it were any other time, 3 or 4 days would be nothing to Dong Xiaoqing. That was just a single round of meditation. But now, with his daughter's fate hanging in the balance, he was in no mood to meditate. He watched Yi Yun's refinement process intently. Yi Yun took out a tiny gray cauldron that floated in midair. This was the divine alchemy cauldron that had an incomplete array within. Phew! Yi Yun tapped his finger, causing the cauldron to ignite as he injected a wisp of the heretical godfire seed. The heretical godfire seed had blended into the flame and remained inconspicuous. It entered into the divine alchemy cauldron in the blink of an eye. The heretical godfire seed could penetrate the world. Typical cauldrons could not withstand it at all, but the divine alchemy cauldron had accompanied the heretical godfire seed for hundreds of millions of years, making it harmonize with the heretical godfire seed as though they were one. When the heretical godfire seed was injected into the divine alchemy cauldron, it vanished completely. The cauldron's surface remained simple and unsophisticated as if no flame had been ignited. Upon seeing this, Dong Xiaoqing fell into a daze. He had seen alchemists refine pills before, but the scene in front of him was something different. Yi Yun glanced at the materials beside him. He immediately grabbed the Yang Bazaar flower and threw it into the divine alchemy cauldron. The Yang Bazaar flower was immediately enveloped by flames. Yi Yun's soul was presently only strong enough to control one tiny wisp of the heretical godfire seed. He was already at his limit. If he unleashed the heretical godfire seed for pure destruction, such as burning down the 7-star Dao Palace, Yi Yun could use the heretical godfire seed to create an inferno sea. However, the refinement of medicine was completely different. It required extreme precision. He could control one wisp of heretical godfire seed easily. If he attempted to, it would be somewhat unstable. The fire consumed the Yang Bazaar flower, emitting the medicinal essence. The true extraction and collection of the medicinal essence did not rely on Yi Yun's mental strength, but on the purple crystal origins. The purple crystal origins was Yi Yun's most precious divine treasure. It had helped Yi Yun survive the most difficult period when he first began practicing martial arts. And in the primordial Empyrean Heaven and Azurewood Great World, Yi Yun would not have fully gained insight into the destruction concept or obtained the Azurewood Divine Tree's recognition, granting him 4 9-leaf Dao fruits, were it not for the purple crystal. The purple crystal had absolute control over energy. It allowed Yi Yun to condense the Yang Bazaar flower's medicinal essence in his hand without any effort. This entire process took less than a minute. After the Yang Bazaar flower's medicinal essence was extracted, Yi Yun did not hesitate to throw the second herb glazed interwoven grass into the divine alchemy cauldron. Similarly, in less than a minute, the glazed interwoven grass's medicinal essence was extracted. Following that, he threw one herb after another into the divine alchemy cauldron. Yi Yun maintained a constant speed, but this only served to stun Dong Xiaoqing, who was watching on the side. Although Dong Xiaoqing could not refine medicine, it did not mean he was completely unaware of what the refinement process was. The extraction of medicinal essence from herbs was the most critical step for typical alchemists. All it took was one tiny mistake, and the herb would turn to ash. Many alchemists would fail due to this. In actuality, the pill formation process was relatively easier. Therefore, alchemists would be extremely cautious during the first step. Dong Xiaoqing had never heard, much less seen, someone work with Yi Yun's speed and accuracy. Why is he so fast? It took just a minute for another herb to be thrown into the cauldron. It was like a farm girl washing vegetables. Soon, the medicinal essence of every ingredient was extracted. Following that, under Yi Yun's control, the medicinal essence began fusing together into a pill. This process required Yi Yun to inject various Dao pattern seals. He had already been practicing the Desolate Heaven technique since his days in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven. In addition to the purple crystal's absolute control over energy, it was not difficult for him to produce seals. Back at Empress Xian's banquet, Yi Yun had been able to perfectly form seals, impressing Princess White Fox. One seal after another was produced by Yi Yun without any errors. With the passage of time, the body cleansing pill quickly took form. Upon seeing this scene, Dong Xiaoqing heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Yun's seals were not as ludicrous as his method of extracting medicinal essence, but he was still faster than the typical alchemist. He estimated the time passed at about 12 hours. The refinement of the body cleansing pill had reached the final stages. What Dong Xiaoqing did not know was that Yi Yun had deliberately slowed down and held back. 15 minutes later, Yi Yun patted the divine alchemy cauldron lightly, causing the lid to fly up as a green beam of light shot out and flew directly into Yi Yun's hand. Yi Yun spread his palm open, and 3 exquisite green pills lay in the middle of his palm. With sufficient ingredients, a typical alchemist would create a cauldron of several pills. However, the materials provided by Dong Xiaoqing were limited. In addition to the fact that few body cleansing pills were produced after formation, refining 3 pills was already near the maximum. Upon seeing the 3 body cleansing pills, Dong Xiaoqing was overjoyed. He had previously seen body cleansing pills before. Just one look at the 3 pills, full in color with patterns shimmering on the surface, and he knew that they were definitely superior body cleansing pills. He would have already been satisfied if there was only one, pleasantly surprised if there were 2. He never even thought of getting 3. Take them all. Yi Yun took out a jade box and placed the 3 pills into it. Young Master Yi, Grandmaster Yi, I just need one. The other 2 were refined from Grandmaster Yi's extraordinary alchemy technique. They should be left with you. Dong Xiaoqing was so excited that his form of address had also changed. Yi Yun shook his head. Although the body cleansing pill was of value to him, it wasn't that great. Furthermore, he had already received the skydew grass that was extremely rare. He felt that he had already taken advantage of Dong Xiaoqing, so Yi Yun naturally did not want the excess body cleansing pills. Chapter 1153, Unforeseen Matter. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. You plan to cleanse your daughter's body, right? Have her consume one of the 3 pills every 2 hours. It will lead to even better effects, but the body cleansing process will be rather painful. Yi Yun directly threw the jade box into the interspatial ring that Dong Xiaoqing had previously given him before handing it back. This. Dong Xiaoqing's hands trembled as he took the interspatial ring. He did not even know how he could thank Yi Yun. He had gone through all sorts of difficulty, along with great effort, to find a single skydew grass. Now he held 3 body cleansing pills in hand, and it was like a dream. I will never forget Grandmaster Yi's favor my entire life. Dong Xiaoqing held the interspatial ring and gave Yi Yun a deep bow. He did not decline further. Naturally, 3 pills were more effective than 1. Furthermore, it would cleanse the impurities within his daughter's body, allowing her talent to be enhanced. If that happened, the Jade Wave sect had hopes of prospering. With such alchemy skills, Grandmaster Yi's Yun Xian Loft could probably become Myriad City's #1 medicinal clinic. Dong Xiaoqing sincerely wished that Yi Yun's Yun Xian Loft would flourish. However, Yi Yun shook his head. It wasn't that simple to become the #1 medicinal clinic. To reach that stage, one first needed unparalleled strength. Getting stronger was a priority of Yi Yun's. Upon careful thought, he realized that he needed to strengthen his foundation, enhance his soul, search for the materials for the hollow soul pill, become very familiar with the divine alchemist's notes, and increase his cultivation level. He truly did not have much time. Grandmaster Yi, I'll bid you farewell for now. Regarding the refinement of the pills, do you permit me to promote your services to others? Dong Xiaoqing asked Yi Yun carefully. Yi Yun immediately understood that Dong Xiaoqing wanted to advertise for Yun Xin Loft. Yi Yun did not mind it. The truly powerful advertisement would be done by Zhuqiu Haoyu and Huyan Song, two illustrious figures in Myriad City. Furthermore, they did not charge any fees for the advertisement, and were even paying him for the honor. What a steal! As for Dong Xiaoqing boasting so much that Zhuqiu Haoyu and Huyan Song would consider going back on their word, Yi Yun never considered that a possibility. There had been so many people around when the agreement was made. It was absolutely enforceable. Unless the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic did not want to continue doing business, they would definitely stick to the agreement. Do as you please. Just don't be too exaggerated in your promotions, Yi Yun said casually, not really caring either way. Dong Xiaoqing thanked him once again before leaving Yun Xin Loft. In fact, the news spread faster than Yi Yun could have imagined. In just half a day, nearly every tea shop and wine parlor in Myriad City was abuzz with talk of Yu Xin Loft. Yi Yun might be a trivial figure in Myriad City, but he was becoming rather famous. Days ago, he had been recognized as a friend of Fairy Wuxia at Heavenly Treasure's Arch. Not only did they have close relations, Yi Yun had even rejected Zhuqiu Haoyu directly. He had also quarreled with Zhuqiu Haoyu and Huyan Song. There were always busybodies that would talk about such things after meals. Of course, it was unavoidable that the news reached Zhuqiu Haoyu and Huyan Song's ears. What? That useless Dong even said that Yi Yun managed to refine 3 body cleansing pills? Zhuqiu Haoyu was shocked when he heard the news. How ludicrous was it if it were true? Wouldn't it mean that Yi Yun possessed the abilities of a top-grade alchemist? Huyan Song frowned slightly. He immediately said with a cold snort, "That darn useless old Dong. He deliberately released fake information in an attempt to seek revenge against me. Does he think that I will back away in fear and give up on the agreement with that punk, admitting defeat before the challenge even begins?" "Oh? Alchemist Huyan, what do you mean?" Zhuqiu Haoyu immediately asked when he heard that something was amiss. Huyan Song drank a mouthful of tea and said slowly, "To be honest, I had some thoughts on useless old Dong's beautiful daughter. However, he reacted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He wanted to fight me, so I threw him out, then he went to Yun Xin Loft. I saw the ingredients that useless old Dong prepared with my own eyes. Even if I did my best, I could at most produce 2 body cleansing pills. Yet, he managed to make 3? How can it be that easy?" Furthermore, he stepped into Yun Xin Loft less than 12 hours before news of the 3 body cleansing pills was spread. Such refinement speed leaves me in the dust. If that punk can really refine body cleansing pills in 12 hours, I'll eat this table in front of me," Huyan Song said confidently. Zhuqiu Haoyu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. "In that case, useless old Dong is trying to seek revenge against you by scaring us into backing off, causing us to lose our reputation? I can't think of it being anything but that. Such thoughts are just too naive," Huyan Song said conceitedly. "So that's the case. There are still 4 days. When the time comes, we will arrive on the appointed hour, exposing Yi Yun for what he is." Ha ha ha. There's no need to even wait that long. If these body cleansing pills are genuine, useless old Dong will definitely feed them to his daughter. We will be able to see its effects. I'm sure his daughter will not recover. In fact, Dong Xiaoqing's story left many people doubting. After all, what you hear may be false, but what you see is true. With most people's understanding of alchemy, they found it hard to believe what Dong Xiaoqing had said. It was too fantastic. However, there were those who believed in Dong Xiaoqing. After all, Dong Xiaoqing was a sect master. Even if it was a tiny sect, a sect master would not shoot their mouths off without thought. It would only serve to harm their sect's reputation. Therefore, some people did go to Yun Xian Loft to try their luck. They wanted to see if Yun could refine the pills they wanted. "Hey, where's your boss? I'm here to get him to refine some medicine." 3 large men appeared in Yun Xian Loft's hall, shouting at Ruor with a muffled tone. Ruor was an obedient girl. Regardless of the customers' attitudes, she would respectfully serve tea before informing Yun to come down. The 3 men slammed the recipe on the table as they sat down with a wide, open stance. "Wow! 7 Astrolmist flower tea. It's good tea. Give me a few more cups." A delightful look flashed in a man's eyes when he saw the aromatic 7 Astrolmist flower tea. Such tea was extremely helpful to one's cultivation level. He immediately picked up another cup and was about to drink it when he felt pain in his glabella. He nearly dropped the cup of tea to the ground. 100 runes per cup. If you want to drink the tea, pay for it. A cold voice suddenly sounded. The man was given a fright. "What? I'm here to give you business, but you want to collect money from me for drinking tea? And 100 runes a cup? Why don't you just rob me instead?" The man said angrily. He looked up, and standing against the second floor's railing was Yun. Yun was dressed in azure-colored clothes and he held a black scroll, making him look like a mortal scholar. "If you want me to refine pills, regardless of the quality, it starts at 50,000 runes. If the difficulty is higher, 100,000 runes. All the ingredients on your body do not add up to 1,000 runes. Yet, you want me to refine pills for you?" The recipe in the man's hand had been seen clearly by Yun. There were more than 10 recipes listed. They were all cheap and low-grade pills. The ingredients used were so cheap that Yun wouldn't even bother to pick them up if he saw them. The recipes required minor ingredients of little value. Added up, they were only worth a few hundred runes. Although they were not difficult to refine, they were still extremely tedious. Yun guessed at these people's thoughts. They had heard from Sect Master Dong that he knew how to refine medicine, and came here to try their luck and cash out. They had deliberately brought some cheap ingredients so that they would not suffer a great loss if the refinement failed. However, if the refinement succeeded, they would make a killing. Yun had no time to entertain such petty men that used tiny profitable schemes. Chapter 1154, Reason for Danger. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. News of Dong Xiaowan's severe sickness quickly spread. Not only were her meridians still damaged, leaving her unable to cultivate after eating Yun Xian Loft's body-cleansing pills, she ended up collapsing and was apparently close to perishing. This made people immediately believe that the things Dong Xiaoqing said about Yun successfully refining the body-cleansing pills were just fabrications. Ha 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 ha. Huyan Song laughed out loud. He was feeling delighted at that moment. "Dong Xiaoqing, to think that you wanted to seek revenge against me. In the end, all you did was smash your own foot with the rock you lifted. I am sure that, in a few days, he will come begging me to save his daughter's life. Alchemist Huyan, you are truly prescient." Zhuqiu Haoyu echoed the sentiment with a smile. As a young master of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, Zhuqiu Haoyu had many competitors in the same sect. He needed to maintain a good relationship with Huyan Song. Since your abilities are now needed to save her, you will easily be able to bring that Dong Xiaowan into your bedroom to slowly research her body. There was an underlying tone lacing Zhuqiu Haoyu's words. Huyan Song stroked his chin. treating an already unconscious beauty that had no means to resist, allowing him to do anything he wanted, seemed to be quite an intriguing thought as well. How can that punk with only an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities be able to refine body cleansing pills? Pills like the body cleansing pill need to be carefully refined even by someone like me. Yun must have refined bogus pills which have large amounts of pill toxins left in them. Any standard pill carried remnant traces of pill toxins, so a bogus pill would be full of them. It seems as though it will be the punk's doomsday in 3 days, at the bet. Zhuqiuhaoyu heaved a sigh of relief. He was somewhat worried when he heard news of Yun refining body cleansing pills. Now, he realized that his worry had been all for nothing. 3 days quickly passed. During those 3 days, it could be said that Dong Xiaoqing had nowhere to turn to for help. He did not know what had happened to his daughter. As he watched her get frilier by the day, with her vitals gradually weakening, he knew the trend indicated that his daughter would perish in a few days. It was an unbearable setback for Dong Xiaoqing. He was completely penniless, not even having any savings left to treat his daughter's illness. Furthermore, no other alchemist would touch this matter. The only ones he could conceivably turn to were Yun and Huyen Song. Sending his daughter to Huyen Song would be like sending a sheep to the slaughter. He wanted to send her to Yun, but Yun had already entered seclusion and would not entertain anyone. Yun's choice to enter seclusion at that particular moment only encouraged the belief that he had refined bogus pills to deceive others. From their point of view, he had clearly used seclusion as a means of avoiding consequences. However, regardless of what people said, Dong Xiaoqing refused to believe that he had been deceived. He had tested the 3 pills personally. Even if he had made a mistake due to his lack of ability, he had seen Yun's pill refining process. That godlike technique was obviously remarkable, even to a layperson like him. Under such circumstances, he could only endure his anxiety and did not disturb Yun's seclusion. He knew that Yun would come out of seclusion very soon, as today was the day he agreed to refine the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills in public. And indeed, early that morning, Yun came out of seclusion. Over the past 3 days, Yun had used the Skydew grass to refine a Skydew mental nourishing pill. After consuming it, his soul strengthened tremendously. Before he had a chance to revel in joy, Ruer informed him of Dong Xiuwan's dire situation. "Sir, that is what has happened." Ruer had known of the news for a few days, but she only informed him now. In her eyes, Yun was obviously the most important person. "You said that Dong Xiuwan's life is in a dire situation?" Yun frowned. "That's what the people in Myriad City say. Sect Master Dong also came to Yun Xian Loft a few days ago. He personally told me of the situation. With his daughter. Her condition is turning for the worse. Strange, the body cleansing pills that I refine should have an extremely low amount of pill toxins. They should have mild medicinal properties. Even if she consumed 3 in one sitting, it shouldn't lead to any problems." Yun was perplexed as he suddenly felt something. He transmitted his voice out the door, "Sect Master Dong, I have come out of seclusion. Please come in." Dong Xiaoqing had been waiting outside Yun Xian Loft's door since yesterday night. He was feeling extremely anxious, with no motivation to do anything else. He had spent the past 3 days almost counting his breaths. Upon hearing Yun's voice transmission, Dong Xiaoqing was overjoyed. He immediately pushed the door open and entered before giving Yun a deep bow. "Young Master Yi, you must save my daughter." Yun was the only person that Dong Xiaoqing could rely on. He knew that as long as Yun did not deliberately refine bogus pills, Yun did not owe him anything. He had no right to ask Yun to save his daughter, so all he could do was beseech him to do so. "Where's your daughter?" Yun walked down the stairs as Dong Xiaoqing hurriedly took out a mobile abode. Well, it couldn't exactly be called an abode. It was about 10 square feet large and was obviously an inferior product. Dong Xiaoqing had probably pawned his original mobile abode for money. When the micro-abode opened, Yi Yun saw Dong Xiaowan lying within. Dong Xiaowan wasn't tall and she had a petite figure. She was indeed very beautiful. Even though she was ghostly pale from the body-cleansing pills, all it did was add to her frail beauty. When he saw Dong Xiaowan's state, Yi Yun sighed slightly. Her condition was not indicative of the after-effects of consuming body-cleansing pills. She seems to have been poisoned, Yi Yun said with a guess. In the Divine Alchemist's notes, there were records regarding the treatment of the ill. Although Yi Yun had done some cursory reading on such matters, he had little experience. He could not put theory into practice so easily. As such, Yi Yun wasn't really equipped to bring Dong Xiaowan back to life. He could only guess at the reason why she had ended up in this state. Poisoned? Dong Xiaoqing faltered for a moment. The famous doctor that had diagnosed Dong Xiaowan had previously mentioned the possibility, but that was only one of the many possibilities. Sect Master, what was the reason you wanted Dong Xiaowan to consume the body-cleansing pills? It doesn't seem like you only wanted to enhance her talent. Yi Yun was certain that his body-cleansing pills did not have any pill toxins. The only possibility, therefore, was that Dong Xiaowan had been poisoned prior to consuming the body-cleansing pills. That is not the main reason. Dong Xiaoqing quickly explained the situation. Oh. After entering a mystic realm, she was unable to raise her cultivation level no matter how much she cultivated. And the body-cleansing pill is a prescription given to her by a famous doctor? Yi Yun recalled the Divine Alchemist's notes. He could not find any faults with the famous doctor's prescription of using body-cleansing pills as the main medication to treat her. Since a body-cleansing pill could cleanse one's body, it could naturally expel poisons and evil elements. But Dong Xiaowan's life was in danger precisely after consuming the body-cleansing pills. Yi Yun pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems the poison in your daughter's body isn't ordinary." Not only did the poison remain after consumption of the body-cleansing pills, it had even been stimulated. It resulted in her current state. No matter how he thought about it, that was the only possibility. Dong Xiaowan was stunned hearing this, and sunk into despair. If it's a poison that even body-cleansing pills can't remove, what sort of rare poison is it? And how will I be able to save Xiaowan? Dong Xiaoqing was truly helpless. Ignoring the fact that he was bankrupt now, even if his peak wealth was increased 10 times, he probably lacked the means. Yi Yun said, "I can only give it a try. I'm also not that skilled when it comes to healing people." Yi Yun pressed down on Dong Xiaowan's weak and pale wrist. He checked her pulse, but he had no experience in doing such things. After all, it was hard to determine the result going solely by the descriptions in the Divine Alchemist's notes. Yi Yun felt that Dong Xiaowan's pulse was chaotic. If he wanted to find the root reason, he would only be left confused. As he pondered, an idea came to him. He activated the purple crystal's energy vision. Ever since Yi Yun fused with the Azurewood Divine Tree, his perception had been greatly enhanced. He could even penetrate chaos stones, so he seldom used the purple crystal's energy vision. Now, after such a long time, he needed to rely on the crystal's energy vision once again. Non-energetic entities around him vanished. Dong Xiaowan's clothes and body turned into phantom lines. As for the Dong Xiaowan's meridians and dantian that flowed with energy, they appeared without any abnormalities. Following that, Yi Yun saw a scene that left a chill running down his spine. He saw an old, hideous face in Dong Xiaowan's body. The face was laughing sinisterly at Yi Yun as if it were mocking him. What is this? Chapter 1155, Day for the Refinement. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Yi Yun was completely confounded. Anyone would be terrified by such a thing appearing in a woman's dantian. Was this a spiritual soul or an evil entity? Yi Yun could not make an immediate judgment. He had a vague sense that the face was something intricate. Although the Jade Wave sect was small and weak, Dong Xiaoqing knew some powerful experts. Be it when medical attention was first sought for Dong Xiaowan or when Dong Xiaowan was in her current predicament, no one had noticed the underlying problem. If not for the energy vision provided by Yi Yun's purple crystal, it would have been difficult to sense this strange evil entity. Over the past few days, have any alchemists seen Dong Xiaowan? Yi Yun asked. To which Dong Xiaoqing nodded, yes. Hu Dian-song has made quite a number of friends in the Myriad City over all these years. As young Master Yi might know, you opened Yun Xian Loft in the vicinity of the Heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. So regarding this matter, many old and qualified alchemists are, in fact, treating it as a joke. Dong Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. Yi Yun's every action in Myriad City so far seemed designed to showcase how much he overestimated himself. Why should any of these seasoned alchemists, that made names for themselves years ago, ever think highly of Yi Yun? So, after Xiaowan's complication, a few alchemists agreed to look at her, claiming to check on her medical condition. I was anxious and out of my wits, so I allowed them to check on her condition, hoping for that tiny chance that one of the alchemists would be willing to help. However, they were mostly doing it as a joke. Someone even insinuated that I send Xiaowan to Huyansong for a few days, then. Dong Xiaoqing could not go on further when he said that. He only had one daughter. Warriors usually had many wives and concubines. However, Dong Xiaoqing was a very dedicated man. He only had one Dao partner, who left behind their only daughter after she passed away. Furthermore, his daughter had excellent talent. Dong Xiaoqing had placed all his hopes on her. Yi Yun nodded. Indeed, none of these alchemists had noticed anything amiss. Back when your daughter entered that area, how did she end up encountering the misfortune? Dong Xiaoqing said, it's a worldstone mining ground that my Jade Wave sect controls. During the mining process, an ancient underground ruin was found. We don't know how many years it had been abandoned for. Xiaowan was extremely curious, so she entered it. Accompanying her were quite a number of her fellow disciples. Xiaowan is rather popular in Jade Wave sect. Many senior and junior brothers of hers fell over each other trying to enter with her. And what happened to those people? Did they return safely? Yi Yun interjected. Yes, I guess so. Dong Xiaoqing sounded certain in the beginning, but when questioned by Yi Yun, his speech faltered. Did they or did they not? About that, I wasn't able to tell if there were any problems, at least. Dong Xiaowan responded seriously. Although Dong Xiaowan was unable to cultivate, it did not seem like she was in any danger. Had she not consumed the body cleansing pills, he would never have known that Dong Xiaowan had succumbed to such a terrifying catastrophe. Yi Yun frowned and said, I will try my best to save your daughter's life. The process will be rather tricky, but I already have an idea. You don't have to worry. Her life is not in danger at the moment. Although it appeared as if Dong Xiaowan's vital signs were gradually fading and that she would perish within a matter of days, Yi Yun knew that the moment Dong Xiaowan died, the evil entity would have nowhere to hide. If it had any intelligence, it would not want to cause Dong Xiaowan's death. Thank you, young Master Yi. Dong Xiaoqing gave a deep bow. All of his hopes rested on Yi Yun. At that moment, a loud laughter was suddenly heard. Ha 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 ha. Dong Xiaoqing, your daughter ate bogus pills and is on her deathbed, yet you bow so deeply at the man who put her there. I have seen stupid people before, but I have never seen one quite as stupid as you. The person spoke so loudly to publicize the matter. Dong Xiaoqing's face sank as he turned his head to see a black carriage drawn by 4 dragon horses rumbling over. A young-looking man walked down from the carriage. It was none other than Hu Yan-song. And following closely behind Hu Yan-song were several people. Zuiqiu Haoyu was obviously there as well. Aside from him, there were many people dressed in alchemy robes. Among them were Hu Yan-song's disciples as well as other famous alchemists of Myriad City. Hu Yan-song had made many friends in the alchemy circle over the years. Naturally, they came to the event to back Huyen Song. The moment this group of people arrived, it attracted the attention of many onlookers. People obviously remembered that today was the day Yi Yun had to publicly refine the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills. At that moment, a soft green beam flashed across the street. People quickly made way as a spirit boat made of jade shuttled through the air. Myriad City banned flying, but a small few were permitted to fly at low altitudes. Furthermore, the distance from the ground indicated how high one's privilege was. When the spirit boat landed, a middle-aged man dressed in red robes walked down. "It's Medicinal Immortal Pavilion's Grandmaster Zhuoqiu." Someone recognized the person. The Medicinal Immortal Pavilion was one of the 3 major medicinal clinics in Myriad City. The heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic was established by the alliance of a few major factions, but the Medicinal Immortal Pavilion was one of the private businesses of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Although Zhuoqiu Bo was, in name, part of the Medicinal Immortal Pavilion, it was impossible to get him to do any actual refinement at the Medicinal Immortal Pavilion. At his level, he never made an appearance in Medicinal Immortal Pavilion, and very seldom would he provide any services. He was not like Huyen Song, who was a mainstay at heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. As long as one had enough money, Huyen Song could be hired. In Myriad City's territory, Zhuoqiu Bo's status was naturally higher than Huyen Song's. "Sixth granduncle, I didn't expect you to come." Zhuoqiu Haoyu was pleasantly surprised upon seeing Zhuoqiu Bo. Although he was a young master of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, he was still considered a junior. His conflict with Yi Yun was therefore only considered a dispute between juniors. It would not have risen to the level of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. The truly important figures of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion did not care about this trivial matter at all. As such, Zhuoqiu Haoyu never expected that Zhuoqiu Bo would appear here today. It made him overjoyed. He was hoping for Zhuoqiu Bo to show him guidance in Myriad Immortal Pavilion. "Haoyu, I only happened to pass by here today. I heard that City Lord Qin will come, so I decided to stop only to greet City Lord Qin," Zhuoqiu Bo said nonchalantly. He was not interested in Yi Yun's refinement of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills at all. He had come for City Lord Qin. After Zhuoqiu Bo finished saying that, 9 dark golden ancient beasts were seen. They pulled a chariot that was simple and unadorned. It rumbled as it tore through the void. Riding the chariot was an azure-clothed middle-aged man. His aura was converged and there were faint streams of light shimmering around him. This was a particular realm of cultivation. Laws would naturally materialize. He was none other than City Lord Qin. And standing beside City Lord Qin was a peerless woman. She wore a veil and carried a zither in her arms. She was obviously Princess White Fox. "It's City Lord Qin. City Lord Qin has really come." Everyone was alarmed. They never expected that a dispute between 2 juniors Yi Yun and Zhuoqiu Haoyu would truly rouse City Lord Qin. Chapter 1156, Refining the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. When City Lord Qin and Princess White Fox brought their chariot to a halt and stepped down, Zhuoqiu Haoyu and company came forward to greet them. "City Lord Qin must be in high spirits to join in the commotion for my nephew's little bet," Zhuoqiu Bo said with a smile. "It's Wuxia that wants to see her friend." City Lord Qin scanned the crowd until his eyes landed on Yi Yun. He had caught wind of Yi Yun's deeds over the past few days. He became curious about the young man as a result, so he truly was interested in seeing Yi Yun's performance at today's refinement. "There's truly no lack of people that get caught up in a commotion," said City Lord Qin. In just a while, the crowd had grown greater in size. Zhuoqiu Haoyu and Huyen Song walked over. When Huyen Song caught a glance at Princess White Fox, his eyes lit up. "This must be Fairy Wuxia, right? Indeed, her reputation precedes her." Her beauty was truly magnificent and sumptuous. Even with a veil, she gave off a mesmerizing air. I must apologize to Fairy Wuxia. Although Yun is her friend, it seems as though he is deceiving her. He is extremely despicable. I cannot stand by as such a person continues to commit acts of deceit in Myriad City. Zhuqiuhaoyu said, as though he stood firm for the cause of justice. Princess White Fox's reaction was cold as if she had not heard him. At that moment, Yun came out of Yun Xin loft. He similarly ignored Zhuqiuhaoyu's insult. He politely bowed at City Lord Qin and said, "This junior, Yun, welcomes City Lord Qin." Yun was still very grateful towards City Lord Qin. Fairy Wuxia. Yun gave Princess White Fox a faint smile. There was truly a bond of fate between him and Princess White Fox. "Ah, I can be a witness for you today. Refine your pills with ease." City Lord Qin laughed amiably at Yun. Upon seeing this scene, Zhuqiuhaoyu's expression sunk. What did Yun do to deserve the favor of City Lord Qin and Fairy Wuxia? And the words he said were ignored. It was as if he was the idiot. The corner of his lips twitched. In a deliberate bid to strike at Yun's sore spot, he said, "Yun, Dong Xiaowan is still lying inside, right? You helped Jade Wave sect leader by refining a cauldron of bogus pills. And now, Dong Xiaowan is lying almost dead in your Yun Xin loft. Today, I will help Myriad City's City Lord uphold the rules and seek justice for Dong Xiaowan." Zhuqiuhaoyu continued with fervent excitement, "If you fail to refine the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills today, I will not only want you to pay double the compensation, I'll need your hands cleaved off. Do you dare to take up the challenge?" Zhuqiuhaoyu was a little worried. Under the present circumstances, it was possible that Shui Wuxia would help Yun pay the compensation. Then, Yun would get off scot-free. Zhuqiuhaoyu wanted more from today's event. He was willing to lose his precious herbs in exchange for maiming Yun. "You want my hands cleaved off. But what happens if you lose?" Yun retorted Zhuqiuhaoyu with a question. "If you are able to refine the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills, I'll rescind my words and pay you an additional 500,000 runes." Zhuqiuhaoyu scoffed as he did not believe he would lose. Upon hearing Zhuqiuhaoyu's words, City Lord Qin laughed. "If Yun fails, he gets his hands cleaved off. But if he doesn't fail, all that happens is you take back your words and pay some compensation in runes. These conditions are truly fair." City Lord Qin said this lightly, but anyone could detect the sarcasm in his words. Zhuqiuhaoyu's expression stiffened. If Yun had said that, he could have just mocked him in return. According to Myriad City's rules, a Dao Palace Realm warrior's hands were not even worth 500,000 runes. However, when it was City Lord Qin speaking up, how could he retaliate? Yun added, "Since you want to bet my hands, it only makes sense to use your hands as a bet. Also, Alchemist Huyen, you shouldn't be left out. I have my hands and legs. I might as well bet your hands as well." Upon hearing Yun's words, Huyen Son's expression changed. What was Yun doing? "Humph. You are a junior, an ant-like existence. How much ability can you have at refining pills? You are only a cheat. And today, I will rip off that mask of yours and expose you." Huyen Son said angrily. "Why do you speak so much nonsense? I'm asking you, are you taking the bet or not?" Yun was aggressive. Everyone could tell that Huyen Son lacked confidence. At that moment, Zhuqiuhaoyu spoke, "I'll take the bet." Dong Xiaowan's illness could not be faked. He was certain that Yun failed at the body cleansing pills, so how could he refine the much more difficult Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills? "All right. Ruer, prepare for the refinement." The ingredients needed to refine the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills were provided by Zhuqiuhaoyu, and everything necessary was present. The streets outside Yun Xin loft were already jam-packed with people. And the space within Yun Xin loft was limited. At that moment, Zhuqiubo took out a black circular disc. he said, "This is my pill platform. Let's use it." As Zhuoqiubo spoke, he threw out the circular disc and it appeared beneath everyone's feet. It began expanding and quickly enveloped everyone within it. Instantly, the surrounding stores and streets vanished. It turned into an extremely vast space. Yi Yun, City Lord Qin, and company were in the middle of the pill platform. In front of Yi Yun was a stone platform which was the pill refining platform prepared for him. Yi Yun got right to it. He gestured with his hand, sending a tiny, spinning cauldron appearing from his right hand. Upon seeing Yi Yun's cauldron, Huyan Song could not help but reveal a mocking smile. He was not mocking the simple appearance of Yi Yun's cauldron. Many cauldrons looked old on the surface but hid an extraordinary quality. That wasn't rare. Instead, he was amused at the fact that the array formation within the cauldron was incomplete. It was an inferior item. A cauldron with an incomplete array was useless no matter how quality the item was. How can an alchemist let the item his livelihood depends on be in such terrible shape? To think you took out a useless cauldron with an incomplete array. I wouldn't even give it a second look if it was thrown in front of me. Huyan Song said. Everyone was surprised when they heard this as they all looked at Zhuoqiubo. Zhuoqiubo nodded. The cauldron's array is indeed incomplete. I can't tell if there's anything special on the surface either. Typically, once a cauldron's array is damaged, its quality will be reduced by 10 times. The quality would drop that much? The crowd was stunned. No matter how good a cauldron it was, without a working array, wasn't it basically scrap metal? Yi Yun was using a broken cauldron to refine pills? At that moment, Yi Yun had already opened his cauldron. Over the past few days, Yi Yun had already honed his affinity with the divine alchemy cauldron. It was as if his mind and soul were connected to the cauldron. Yi Yun grabbed 3 herbs and threw them into the divine alchemy cauldron. He had begun with 3 herbs immediately. Even laypeople knew that alchemists had to proceed slowly and methodically while refining pills. Wasn't he afraid of burning the 3 herbs to ash from the beginning? Heretical God Fireseed. Yi Yun was fully focused. He was in the moment, the surrounding din did not exist to him. He seemed to be located in an infinite void, but he also felt as if he was the only person within. 2 wisps of heretical God Fireseed entered the divine alchemy cauldron. Like 2 dancing gray pixies, they surrounded the herbs. Before Yi Yun consumed the Skydew mental nourishing pill, he could only control 1 wisp of the heretical God Fireseed. But now, he could already control 2. This was a great improvement that gave Yi Yun the courage to throw 3 herbs into the cauldron simultaneously. Chapter 1157, Pills Completed. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. The moment the heretical God Fireseed entered the divine alchemy cauldron, it fused with the divine alchemy cauldron seamlessly. On the surface, the divine alchemy cauldron remained gray and lusterless. It did not emit any form of light. Although many people watching Yi Yun did not know alchemy, quite a number of them had seen others refine pills. The scene before them was completely different from their knowledge of the refinement process. Their recollection of refinement processes by other alchemists typically had flames that illuminated the sky. One could sense the heaven-earth yuan-qi fluctuations and the immense medicinal essence from a distance. However, in Yi Yun's case, there was no phenomenon at all. The ancient divine alchemy cauldron held everything within. As a result, some people weren't even sure if Yi Yun had ignited a flame or not. What is this punk up to? Huyan Song frowned. 3 herbs had been thrown in at once, but the cauldron went silent after. Huyan Song attempted to probe with his perception. Most cauldrons had the ability to block perception probing. However, Huyan Song believed that, since the internal array of Yi Yun's cauldron was broken, its power to block probing would definitely be weaker. However, when his perception came into contact with the cauldron, he felt pain in his soul sea. It was as though his perception was being engulfed in flames. Following that, he felt his perception sink as though it were drowning in a bottomless ocean, until it was completely consumed. What just happened? Huyen-san looked at Zhuoqiubo and, from his expression, he knew that Zhuoqiubo had also failed to probe the grey cauldron with his perception. This was no ordinary cauldron. Huyen-san began to suspect that he had underestimated the cauldron. Although the array within was damaged, the material it was made of was extraordinary, at least in the aspect of protecting it from perception probing. 90 seconds passed when Yi-Yun grabbed another 2 herbs and threw them into the divine alchemy cauldron. Upon seeing this scene, Huyen-san was somewhat stunned. When an alchemist was refining one or several herbs, they would absolutely not add in new herbs, or the ingredients added at different times would experience different levels of heat. Without absolute control, it would only lead to trouble. Only when one finished refining the herbs they threw in first, and extracted all their medicinal essence, could one begin refining subsequent herbs. Yi-Yun had just thrown in more herbs, which could only mean that the herbs from before had been fully refined. Yet only 90 seconds had passed. No one was capable of extracting all the medicinal essence from 3 herbs in one fell swoop. Extraction of medicinal essence was the most difficult step of any refinement. Even Huyen-san had to do it extremely carefully, spending a great deal of time on this step. So this punk hasn't started a fire yet. Huyen-san snorted coldly. The divine alchemy cauldron remained quiet. Although there were some nomological rhythms reverberating on its surface, there was no yuan qi being expelled, nor was there a surge in medicinal essence. So not only did Yi-Yun hastily throw in so many herbs in such a short period of time, but Huyen-san was also certain that Yi-Yun had not begun refining the herbs at all. Otherwise, the refinement would have already gone awry. However, it was impossible for Yi-Yun to ignite the fire after throwing in so many herbs. As for him taking the herbs back out later? That would be a joke. Master Zhuoqiu, what's going on? City Lord Qin did not understand the alchemical process. Zhuoqiubo stroked his beard as his eyes shimmered while looking at the divine alchemy cauldron. He would typically not bother studying a junior's refinement process, but he realized that the way things were developing was rather different from what he had expected. If Yi-Yun had not begun the process, then what were the nomological rhythms reverberating around the cauldron? Zhuoqiubo was a seasoned alchemist. From his point of view, these nomological rhythms were extremely intriguing. Furthermore, they were a style that he did not understand. After pondering for a while, Zhuoqiubo said, "The alchemical technique that Yi-Yun is employing is one that I have never seen before. It must be a very ancient or brand new style. This method of handling the herbs is rather new. However, no matter how unique the style is, it is impossible to handle more than 10 herbs in one go." Just as Zhuoqiubo finished saying that, he saw Yi-Yun grab and throw another herb into the divine alchemy cauldron. Even though he could control 2 fire wisps, and had the purple crystal's ability to extract energy, Yi-Yun had to become even more careful as the number of herbs increased. He began refining 1 herb at a time to ensure no mistake. Zhuoqiubo frowned. Yi-Yun was seriously throwing in herbs one after another. After the herb was thrown, Yi-Yun threw another Fey relic into the cauldron. He extracted the energy from the Fey relic not through alchemical methods, but through the Desolate Heaven technique. However, this was even easier for Yi-Yun. In 15 minutes, Yi-Yun had thrown all the herbs into the divine alchemy cauldron. At this moment, the lingering nomological rhythms around the divine alchemy cauldron increased in strength. The entire cauldron also began to vibrate gently. At this moment, even those who were not well versed in alchemy could tell that Yi-Yun had truly begun the refinement of the herbs. Huyen-san immediately widened his eyes. What was going on? Master Zhuoqiu, you just said that it's impossible to handle so many herbs at once. Then, why is this happening? Or could it be that Yi-Yun has already extracted and refined each and every one of the herbs? City Lord Qin asked. Zhuoqiubo was also perplexed. Be it the refinement of more than 10 herbs at once or how Yi Yun had done so in such a short period of time, both were equally shocking feats. Well, alchemy is extensive and profound. This young fellow's alchemical method is a new one. However, the extraction of medicinal essence cannot happen that quickly under any circumstance, Zhuqiu Bo said as he shook his head. At that moment, Zhuqiu Haoyu, who was by the side, could no longer stay composed. He was staring at Yi Yun's cauldron intently as he reached out his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He was expecting Yi Yun to make a fool of himself, but he had never expected Yi Yun to actually reach the beginning of the refinement process. This darn Yi Yun. Did he really know of some profound alchemical method? His hands and his reputation were at stake, so how could Zhuqiu Haoyu remain composed? Huyan Song grunted coldly and said, "Young Master Haoyu, what are you worrying about? If Yi Yun can't even refine body cleansing pills, how can he succeed in refining Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills? In my opinion, Yi Yun is just deploying smoke and mirrors. We have to wait for the outcome to know the result." Upon hearing Huyan Song's words, Princess White Fox smiled lightly. She glanced at Huyan Song and did not say a word. To Zhuqiu Haoyu and company, the atmosphere immediately turned tense. Meanwhile, Yi Yun was constantly injecting Yuan Qi into the cauldron. He was completely focused as his soul and the cauldron appeared to act as one. All the herb's energy and essence had been extracted, transforming into crystalline liquid droplets. With a thought, these droplets began to fuse together. It was extremely difficult fusing the essences of different herbs. It required precise control of one's soul, and nomological marks needed to be infused with the essences. The first step was an easy task for Yi Yun, who possessed the purple crystal. The last step was rather difficult. Even Yi Yun needed to put in sufficient time to complete it. Hours passed as Yi Yun remained intent. The nomological aura lingering around the divine alchemy cauldron grew stronger as Zhuqiu Bo could vaguely sense that these disparate laws were beginning to combine. He revealed a look of disbelief. Is he already condensing the pills? But when did he extract the medicinal essences from the herbs? Yi Yun had only spent 15 minutes throwing all the herbs into the cauldron. He did not take them out after that, and it was, in Zhuqiu Bo's opinion, absolutely impossible to process so many herbs at the same time. Condense the pills? Hasn't it only been about 15 hours? Someone asked, puzzled. Those that did not know alchemy had no idea what was happening inside the cauldron. However, they also knew that a cauldron of extremely difficult pills would probably take a few days. Yet, it hadn't even been a full day. At that moment, they heard a clear ring as brilliant light emitted from within the cauldron. All the nomological runes fused with the medicinal essences, coalescing together into several drops of liquid energy. Following that, the liquid condensed and turned into pills. Drip, drip, drip. 7 pills rolled into Yi Yun's palm. They resembled crystalline water droplets that dazzled like they were refracting sunlight. Pa! Zhuqiu Bo stood straight up from his seat. The pill refinement process was done. 7 supposedly difficult Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills had been formed. Even Zhuqiu Bo himself would not have been able to refine more than 9. And Yi Yun was just a junior. It was too astounding. In all of Myriad City, the number of alchemists that could accomplish this feat was extremely low. And most importantly of all, Yi Yun had done it in 15 hours. That can't be right. As Zhuqiu Bo was reeling in shock, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He had refined Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills several times before. He knew very well that the normal color of Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills was green. If the quality was poor, the pills would contain impurities that made them a murky blackish-green color. If the quality was excellent, they would be a mellow and full emerald green color. Zhuqiu Bo had seen an alchemist sage refine Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills before. 12 pills were formed from a cauldron, and that was the maximum number of Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills possible. Furthermore, every one of them was emerald green in color. That green color was a stunning color. It had been Zhuqiubo's first time seeing such beautiful Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills, so it had left a deep impression on him. Now, Yiyun had refined Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills that were ice blue in color. Furthermore, they were as crystal clear as actual ice crystals. That was absolutely not the color of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills. Just before Zhuqiubo could say anything, he saw Yiyun extend a finger as purine energy gathered together, forming a light blue ball of water. Yiyun cultivated in both yin and yang, so the water he condensed contained no impurities. It was cold like an ice mountain snow spring. Yiyun casually threw the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills into the water fountain and, following that, the 7 Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills seemingly dissolved into the water and vanished. Yiyun nodded when he saw this. By vanishing upon being immersed in water, the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills could barely be considered passable. He waved his hand again as 7 Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills flew out and landed back in his palm. As they had just been submerged in water, the pills now had a layer of dew condensed on their surfaces. The dew quickly condensed into light blue frost and, together with its intricate luster, they looked like they were carved from gems. They were extremely gorgeous. Many people that did not know about pills were astonished at the beauty of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills that Yiyun had refined. It was as if they came from a dream. But at that moment, a discordant voice sounded. Bogus pills. These are not Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills. Chapter 1158, Pill Testing. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. What? Bogus pills? Everyone looked over to the person that shouted. It was none other than Huyen Song. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, Huyen Song said with bold undertones, "Do not be fooled by the beautiful appearance of these pills. They are in fact bogus pills." Alchemist Huyen, are you sure? At the instant Zhuqiubo saw Yiyun form the pills, his face had turned white. He felt as if he had managed to grasp a final, life-saving straw when he heard Huyen Song's claims. True Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills are green in color. Excellent quality ones are a splendid emerald green color. The Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills we have here are blue in color. This punk is using bogus pills to deceive us. Let us not forget that Dong Xiaowan is still on her last breaths thanks to his pills. When Huyen Song said this, everyone looked towards Zhuqiubo. Zhuqiubo nodded as well and said, "The Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills are indeed green in color." Even when an alchemist sage does the refinement, the resulting Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills are green in color. I have never seen these ice blue colored pills before. As Zhuqiubo spoke, he took out a pill bottle from his interspatial ring. When it was opened, a few emerald green pills that emanated a herbal fragrance rolled out of the bottle. These are Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills that I refined a few years ago. Everyone, go ahead and take a look. People marveled at the fact that Zhuqiubo casually carried Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills on him. As a top alchemist, Zhuqiubo had many pills on hand. Even rare pills like the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills were no exception. People looked at Zhuqiubo's palm, and indeed there were 2 pills that were completely emerald green in color. They were extremely different from the pills in Yiyun's palm. Zhuqiubo said, "Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills are pills meant to fortify the soul and rejuvenate the blood, while also enhancing one's cultivation level and nourishing one's dantian. They can be used to save the lives of those who are severely injured, so it is only natural that I carry some with me." Ha 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 ha. Upon witnessing the correct pills, Zhuqiubo laughed in a boisterous manner. Yiyun, what do you have to say for yourself? Bring the cleaver out. I'll personally cleave off your hands. With Zhuqiubo giving his say, Zhuqiubo felt secure. He had surely won the bet. But despite the unfolding situation, Yiyun remained unflustered. He said, "Whether a pill is correctly refined or not is not necessarily determined by the methods employed by the majority. Zhuqiubo, since you insist that the pills I refined are bogus pills, do you dare to raise the stakes? Would you bet another 3 million runes, together with your legs and eyes as well? You? Zhuqiu Haoyu's voice faltered. He never expected Yun to continue having such crazy ideas. Was he mad? Seeing Yun so composed, Zhuqiu Haoyu was uncertain. An upright person was afraid of an unreasonable person, while the unreasonable person was afraid of a reckless person that thought nothing of his life. However, the reckless person was afraid of a crazed person. From his point of view, Yun was like a crazed person. What was he doing, raising the stakes so high? What? Would you rather not take a chance? Zhuqiu Haoyu looked at Zhuqiu Bo. Sixth granduncle, I. Zhuqiu Bo frowned slightly. He was unsure of where Yun's confidence stemmed from. He took a few steps forward and stretched out his hand towards Yun. Young man, can I test the pills? As a top alchemist of Myriad City, Zhuqiu Bo naturally had his standards of evaluating pills. Yun shook his head and said, "There's no need. We already have someone that's ready to test the pills." Sect Master Dong. Yun looked at Dong Xiaoqing. Do you mind letting your daughter test the pills? Dong Xiaoqing was taken aback. My daughter? Don't worry. Your daughter's condition can only improve upon taking the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills. The Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills and body cleansing pills were different. Body cleansing pills cleansed one's body, but once its medicinal essence was unable to expel the evil entity in Dong Xiuwan's body, it only ended up stimulating it. As for the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills, they raised the strength of one's soul, rejuvenated the blood, and extended one's life while nourishing the Dantian. Since Dong Xiuwan had an evil entity lurking within her body, her flames of vitality were especially weak. Her soul and Dantian were sealed by the evil entity, and it put her on death's doorstep. If she consumed the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills, she might not be healed, but her soul and vitality would strengthen. It would be a huge help in resisting the evil entity. This was the underlying reason for Yun's suggestion. However, this suggestion immediately caused a flurry of discussion among the people when they heard it. The color of the pills Yun had refined were problematic, to begin with. Yet, he was planning on testing them on a live person. Yun was just too audacious. Yun! Dong Xiuwan is in her current state after eating the body cleansing pills you refined. Yet you still want to use her to test your Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills? Will you only be satisfied by her death? Zhuqiu Haoyu rebuked Yun loudly. Yun ignored him and looked at Dong Xiaoqing. Sect Master Dong, do you trust my pills? Young Master Yi, I trust you. Dong Xiaoqing took a deep breath. The cost of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills was 5 to 10 times that of body cleansing pills. Furthermore, they were life-saving divine medicine. If Dong Xiuwan could consume a Supreme Palace Ice Heart pill, it was a very lucky opportunity for her. Moreover, if Dong Xiuwan did not receive any medical treatment, she was unlikely to survive past 3 days. There was at least some hope in consuming the precious pills. Sect Master Dong, you. Zhuqiu Haoyu was dumbfounded. Dong Xiaoqing actually trusted the crazy Yun. Was Dong Xiaoqing crazy as well? Was his daughter's life a joke to him? Master Zhuqiu, do you mind if one of your Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills is used as a comparison? Yun asked Zhuqiu Bo. Zhuqiu Bo laughed. You are truly confident. I naturally do not mind sparing such a pill. As Zhuqiu Bo spoke, he flicked his finger. One of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills in his palm transformed into a stream of light as it shot into Dong Xiuwan's mouth. The Supreme Palace Ice Heart pill melted the moment it entered her mouth. It turned into an extremely pure Yuan Qi flow that began nourishing Dong Xiuwan's meridians and body. The medicinal effects of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pill were very mild. After consuming the pill, Dong Xiuwan did not flinch in pain at all. She was calmly absorbing the medicinal essence. Bo also used his perception to track the medicinal essence. However, he was shocked to discover that after the medicinal essence transformed into surging, vibrant energy streams and entered Dong Xiaowan's dantian, they rapidly melted like ice exposed to sunlight. Dong Xiaowan's body absorbed the medicinal essence like she had been starved. However, she didn't seem to actually get livelier. Instead, the medicinal essence vanished like it had sunk into the bottomless ocean. Bo was alarmed. Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills were superior pills. They were more than sufficient to save a supremacy, much less a junior, at the late stages of the Tao manifestation realm. But today, his Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills had barely had any effect. What was wrong with this girl? If she was poisoned, how deadly was the poison? Master Zhuoqiu, do you want to continue using your medicine? Yi Yun asked. Bo took a deep breath and shook his head. There's no need. Although having her consume more pills would result in minute beneficial effects, it was still a far cry from actually saving Dong Xiaowan. Then, it's my turn. Yi Yun pinched a Supreme Palace Ice Heart pill. Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills were obviously ice blue in color, or why would they be given their name? 10 days ago, Yi Yun had discovered the differences between the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pill recipes Zhuoqiu gave him and the one recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes. As many alchemists greatly valued their techniques, their recipes were slowly lost over long periods of time. It was also possible for recipes to change. As such, when Yi Yun refined the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills, he had mainly followed the Divine Alchemist's notes. The resulting pills fortified the soul, rejuvenated the blood, and nourished the dantian, just like the ones modern alchemists produced. However, the effects were more significant. As for saying that the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pill could save Dong Xiaowan, Yi Yun felt it was impossible. He was, however, very confident that it could at least allow her to regain some of her vibrancy. Phew! The Supreme Palace Ice Heart pill transformed into a blue stream of light and flew toward Dong Xiaowan. It did not fly into her mouth, but went straight for her abdomen. When the pill came into contact with Dong Xiaowan's flesh, it immediately transformed into pure medicinal essence that infused itself into her dantian. Yi Yun had been very particular about the location he chose. Through the purple crystal's energy vision, he was able to clearly locate where the evil entity was. The spot he had delivered the medicine to had avoided its influence. When the medicinal essence entered her dantian, it did not actually nourish the dantian. Instead, it used the dantian as a beginning point. It flowed along Dong Xiaowan's meridians and into her limbs, nourishing her entire body. Yi Yun chose to evade the major issue and instead focused on strengthening Dong Xiaowan's lifeblood and body. After all, her dantian was now occupied by the evil entity. With it wreaking havoc, any medicinal essence delivered there would be greatly wasted. As medicinal essence fused with her body, Dong Xiaowan's energy seemed to be ice that met spring. Bit by bit, it melted into flowing streams before surging through her meridians. After a few minutes, Dong Xiaowan's face that was as white as sheets suffused a red glow. Her eyelashes even quivered gently as if she would open her eyes at any moment. Xiaowan. Seeing his daughter finally show signs of a reaction, Dong Xiaoqing was extremely excited. He strode quickly to Dong Xiaowan's side. Unfortunately, she never managed to open her eyes. However, her lifeblood was a lot more vibrant. The strength of her soul had also been enhanced. Her breathing and heartbeats were stable and robust. Instead of dying, she looked more like she was sleeping. It's working! It's working! Dong Xiaoqing said excitedly as he held his daughter's hand. It had been 3 days. Finally, he managed to feel a sense of warmth coming from her hand. Her hands had felt like ice-cold water prior to that. Thank you, young Master Yi. I will remember young Master Yi's favor for my entire life. Dong Xiaoqing gave Yi Yun a deep bow. Upon seeing this scene, Zhuoqiu was in a daze. It was as if he had lost his soul, for he failed to react even after a long period of time. Chapter 1159, Victory and Defeat. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. It's really a Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill? But didn't alchemist Huyen and Master Zhuoqiu say that Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills are supposed to be green? Why are the ones refined by Yi Yun ice blue? The people present broke out into a flurry of discussion. They could ignore Huyen Sang, but Zhuoqiu Bo was a top alchemist in Myriad City. He was also one of the upper echelons of the number one faction, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. He was an authority, and his words were truth. And yet, Zhuoqiu Bo's Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill had no effect at all on Dong Xiaowan. However, the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill that Yi Yun had refined made her visibly better. Could it be that Zhuoqiu Bo's attainment in the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill was inferior to Yi Yun's? Impossible. Impossible. Zhuoqiu Haoyu was in a state of stupefaction. There must be a problem. How can the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills refined by a junior be on a higher level than those of my sixth granduncle? It must be that the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill that Dong Xiaowan consumed first had yet to take effect. She happened to consume Yi Yun's useless pill right when sixth granduncle's took effect, resulting in this outcome. Yes, that has to be it. It's my sixth granduncle's pill that healed Dong Xiaowan. That little bastard, Yi Yun, only got lucky. Zhuoqiu Haoyu shouted frenetically. He could not accept the fact that he had lost to Yi Yun. He could not bear the price of losing. Shut up! At that moment, a cold voice resounded. It was so powerful that it struck at the soul. It drained the color from Zhuoqiu Haoyu's face as he nearly fell to the ground. The person who had spoken was none other than Zhuoqiu Bo. Zhuoqiu Bo frowned. Not only had Zhuoqiu Haoyu lost, but he had also lost to Yi Yun in a sense. He naturally felt a tinge of shame in losing to a junior. However, it was a fact that he had lost. He would not be a sore loser as well. Did you enhance the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills recipe? Zhuoqiu Bo asked. Other than that, there was no other way of explaining how Yi Yun had refined ice blue pills. Still, he found it unbelievable. How could Yi Yun have such knowledge? However, Yi Yun did not reply Zhuoqiu Bo. He went to Dong Xiaowan's side. The effect of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill was slightly better than he expected. Therefore, he took out a second pill. Young Master Yi, this is too precious. There's no need. Dong Xiaoqing spoke incoherently. He also could tell that the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills had somewhat improved his daughter's condition, but could not cure it completely. Furthermore, Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills were extremely expensive. According to the bet from before, they now belonged to Yi Yun. How could he continue letting Yi Yun use his personal wealth to feed his daughter? Yi Yun replied, Sect Master Dong, there's no need to stand on ceremony. You gave me the Skydew grass and it was extremely useful to me. A few pills are nothing. To Yi Yun, the Skydew grass bolstered his very soul. It made his perception increase greatly, allowing him to control 2 wisps of the heretical Godfire seed when he used to only handle 1. Such an extraordinary improvement was more than paid for by a cauldron's worth of Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills. Without speaking further, Yi Yun converted a second Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill into Yuan Qi before injecting it into Dong Xiaowan's Dantian. Following that, the medicinal essence traveled through Dong Xiaowan's limbs and body once again, entering her flesh. Dong Xiaowan's body was strengthened once again. Oh! This is... Yi Yun had his energy vision constantly activated. Through it, he discovered that the hideous face hidden in Dong Xiaowan's body was turning belligerent because of Dong Xiaowan's increasing lifeblood. It was roaring and struggling in an attempt to devour Dong Xiaowan's lifeblood and Yuan Qi and maintain the balance. Yi Yun thought of using the purple crystal origin's absolute control over energy to directly absorb it. Phew! The purple crystal stirred up an invisible energy vortex that enveloped Dong Xiuwan's abdomen before sinking into her dantian. Yi Yun wanted to shred the evil entity. Roar! 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 The evil entity bellowed out in fright as it clenched tightly to Dong Xiuwan's dantian and resisted the energy vortex of the purple crystal. Yi Yun's soul was much stronger than it was before. As a result, he was even more proficient in his control of the purple crystal. However, despite the constant loss of energy the evil entity suffered from the shredding vortex, it remained whole. It is a living entity. The effect the purple crystal has on living energetic entities is drastically reduced. Yi Yun muttered to himself. He knew of the purple crystal's weaknesses. It would be too difficult for it to completely vanquish the evil entity. Furthermore, he had just finished refining a cauldron of Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills. That took a toll on his soul's power, so it was impossible for him to heal Dong Xiuwan immediately. Yi Yun took a deep breath and gave up on killing the evil entity. The evil entity hardly recovered from the recent shock, despite the energy vortex vanishing. Through Dong Xiuwan's dantian, it could watch Yi Yun. Its originally hideous face revealed a look of trepidation. It finally understood that the young man could see it. Furthermore, he was capable of killing it. How could the evil entity not feel fear? Get lost! Yi Yun's cold shout resounded in the space within Dong Xiuwan's dantian. The evil entity was given a shock. It ultimately did not dare to resist Yi Yun as it slowly went silent. It did not leave Dong Xiuwan's body as Yi Yun ordered, for it did not have the guts. However, after it recessed in silence, it slowly released the power of Dong Xiuwan's Yuan Qi and lifeblood that it had been sealing. Although the power of the Yuan Qi and lifeblood were weak, to begin with, the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill's essence quickly surged once it was not met by the resistance of the evil entity. The medicinal essence flowed through her meridians into her limbs and body, gradually restoring her vitality. The moment her vitals returned to normal, Dong Xiuwan's once sealed soul also began to awaken. In less than 3 minutes, Dong Xiuwan's face turned a lot more ruddy. Dong Xiaoqing sensed the changes in his daughter, and was still uncertain what had happened when. Cough, cough. Dong Xiuwan suddenly coughed as her body quivered a few times. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Her blurry vision gradually turned clear. She saw her father's face and a youth that she did not recognize. What am I? What is going on? Dong Xiuwan said in a daze. Over the past few days, she felt like she had been locked in a black and tiny space. She did not know how much time had passed. Now, having seen light again, she was still unsure what had happened to her body. Xiaowan! Xiaowan! Dong Xiaoqing was overjoyed to the point of tears. He never expected that Yi Yun's second Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill would be able to awaken Dong Xiuwan. He was extremely excited. He had already mentally prepared himself for the worst. Now, with Dong Xiuwan waking up, he felt like he had regained his lost daughter. Everyone present turned silent when they saw Dong Xiuwan awaken. They could not sense the existence of the purple crystal. All they knew was that Yi Yun had used 2 Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills to successfully treat Dong Xiuwan. Weren't the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills that Yi Yun refined too miraculous? They knew very well that Dong Xiuwan's situation was so grave that it was like being given the death sentence. The fact that Zhuqiu Bo's pill was ineffective also proved this point. Chapter 1160, No Mercy. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Thank you, Grandmaster Yi. I will remember Grandmaster Yi's favor for my entire life. Dong Xiaoqing was so moved that he kept bowing deeply at Yi Yun. Yi Yun helped Sect Master Dong up and said, "Don't celebrate too soon. I have yet to fully heal your daughter of her illness. I have only made the poison in her body enter remission. In the future, if there is a chance, a recurrence might happen." Ah. Then. Dong Xiaoqing was taken aback. Yi Yun's words worried him greatly. This time, Yi Yun was there to pull her back from the gates of hell. But what about next time? Sect Master Dawn, don't worry. I will not forget your daughter's situation. I'm invested, and not just because of your daughter. I'm very curious about this matter as well. Yi Yun had a nagging feeling that the evil entity had extraordinary origins. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Dong Xiaoqing was truly at a loss as to how to repay him. He owed Yi Yun too much. Then, Yi Yun turned to look at Zhuoqiu and said, Master Zhuoqiu, in your professional opinion, are the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills that I refined genuine, or not? Zhuoqiu pricked up his brows. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the quality of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills that Yi Yun refined was indeed above his. He begrudgingly nodded and said, they are indeed genuine. Then, Yi Yun stood up straight and looked at Zhuoqiu. In that case, young Master Zhuoqiu, it was previously agreed upon that, once I succeed in refining the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills, the pills would belong to me, and you would pay twice the refinement cost. Now, for the matter of your hands. Yi Yun, you. Zhuoqiu's face was ghostly pale. He was a warrior after all. Cleaving off his hands would result in a drastic drop in strength. He was hoping that, given his status as a young master of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, Yi Yun would not dare touch him. However, with the outcome of the bet decided, Yi Yun insisted on claiming his hands. Yi Yun, don't take bullying to an extreme. Do you want to become an enemy of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion? Zhuoqiu's voice resounded in Yi Yun's ears. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion was his only life-saving straw. Young Master Yi, aren't you taking this too seriously? What happened before was just a joke. Don't take it too seriously. Behind Zhuoqiu, a follower said. That's right. Spare others when possible. Young Master Yi, why don't you forget it? People in the crowd echoed as well. To jump forward and play peacemaker at this point in time was a rather clever act. If someone could resolve the dispute, they might be able to win Zhuoqiu's friendship. No one believed Yi Yun would truly cleave off Zhuoqiu's hands. Wouldn't it be preposterous if a young master of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had his hands cleaved off by a random junior? All of them believed that Yi Yun just needed a reason to take a step back, and this matter would be reduced from a major issue to a minor one. A joke? Yi Yun laughed. He gently swiped his interspatial ring as a thick saw-toothed blade appeared in his hand. The blade's appearance was extremely exaggerated. It looked like it was formed from a guillotine blade. It was something that Yi Yun had just casually found in his interspatial ring. Although the blade's quality was nothing much, the design was more than enough to leave an impression. Zhuoqiu got flustered when he saw that Yi Yun was for real. Yi Yun, do you really need to take this all the way, to go for broke? Go for broke? Do you think you qualify? Yi Yun snorted coldly as he approached Zhuoqiu. Sixth granduncle. Zhuoqiu pleaded for Zhuoqiu's help. Zhuoqiu frowned slightly. Zhuoqiu was a junior that he thought well of. However, he felt that it would be disgraceful for him to plead on a junior's behalf. Although he was extremely reluctant, he spoke up. My young friend, Yi Yun, it was not right for my grandnephew to offend you. But can you bury the hatchet on my account? The Myriad Immortal Pavilion will remember if you do. On your account? Yi Yun laughed. I just learned of your existence today. Why would I seek your favor? Let me ask you this, if I were the one to lose today, and your grandnephew went to cleave my hands off, would you step forward and speak for me, saying things like bury the hatchet? Yi Yun did not spare his derisive tone. Zhuoqiu's face stiffened. He never expected that someone like him, a top alchemist of Myriad City and an elder of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, would be completely belittled by a junior. All right. Well done. Heroes indeed start young since time immemorial. Being spirited is a good quality of the young, but it can attract fatal trouble. Learn to give leeway once in a while, or you will suffer the consequences. Zhuqiu said with a deepened voice. At that moment, City Lord Qin laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Since Master Zhuqiu has said so, it's time to concede defeat and abide by the rules of the bet. As City Lord Qin spoke, he waved his hand gently. Space suddenly collapsed around Zhuqiu, forming a spatial prison that locked him in place. City Lord Qin, what are you doing? Zhuqiu's face was ashen. However, how could he resist City Lord Qin's restraints? Yi Yun, meanwhile, had already taken a step forward. His blade flashed. Phew! The blade slashed through the void before Zhuqiu's tragic scream was heard. His arms were cleaved off from the top of his upper arm, causing fresh blood to splatter. Following that, Yi Yun flicked a wisp of pure yang flames, sending it straight into the air to consume the severed arms. Who? 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 The pure yang flames burned vigorously and, within seconds, Zhuqiu's severed arms were burned to ash. Since a pair of arms was the price of the bet, Yi Yun naturally made sure that Zhuqiu couldn't get them back. Otherwise, there was no point in slashing them off. With the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's capabilities, reattaching a pair of arms was extremely easy. However, if the arms were destroyed, it would be difficult to regrow them. The treasured materials that could regrow severed limbs were too expensive. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion might not pay such a price for a young master. And even if they paid the price, the arms that grew back would not be tempered by laws and Yuan Qi. They would be much weaker than the arms from before. They would need to be trained from the beginning. It was effectively a partial crippling of one's martial path. Zhuqiu watched as his severed arms turned to ash. He felt like his brain had been punched ruthlessly, leaving his entire being dazed. In just a few short seconds, he had gone from a young master that enjoyed an elevated position to a half-crippled person. My arms, my arms. With his arms maimed, his status in the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would drop drastically. It was even possible that the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would not give a half-crippled invalid like him any treasures to regrow his arms. Zhuqiu glared at Yi Yun with intense killing intent burned into his eyes. However, Yi Yun ignored it. My young friend, Yi Yun, you are truly decisive. Aren't you afraid that you will offend the Myriad Immortal Pavilion? City Lord Qin said with a laugh as his Yuan Qi transmission resounded in Yi Yun's ear. Yi Yun shook his head and said, I naturally want to avoid offending the factions of Myriad City. However, I need to stay in Myriad City for at least 3 years. I will not attack unless attacked. However, if I just endure and give in all the time, I will be seen as an easily bullied person. If that happens, I will only have more trouble. Yi Yun knew very well that he would stir up a storm in Myriad City over the next 3 years. Just his Yunxian loft alone would affect the businesses and interests of several medicinal clinics. If he was easily bullied, he would be annexed sooner or later. Chapter 1161, City Lord Qin's Invitation. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Seeing Zhuqiu grimacing in pain on the ground, the entire crowd in the pill refining platform fell silent. There were hundreds of people present that had witnessed the scene. Many of them felt a chill run through their hearts. Yi Yun was too ruthless. The person in question was a young master of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, yet Yi Yun so decisively cleaved off his arms. He truly did not offer any leeway. Hu Yanxong's palms were covered in cold sweat. Before, when Yi Yun's arms were bet, his own arms were nearly wagered as well. He came very close to agreeing to it. Thankfully, he had lacked the confidence to go through with it. Otherwise, he would be on the ground next to Zhuqiu. If an alchemist lost his hands, wouldn't he be completely crippled? As Hu Yanxong was still reeling in the lingering fear, he saw Yi Yun's nonchalant gaze turn to him. It left him shuddering in terror. This punk was a scourge. Yi Yun was ruthless and decisive. Furthermore, he was young and had a promising future. By the time he matured, wouldn't he slowly demand payback? Bring Hao Yu along. We are leaving. Zhuqiubo's face resembled dark clouds. He, as elder of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, had pleaded with Yi Yun but was met with such treatment. There was no point left in staying. The followers behind him walked forward and helped up the severely injured Zhuqiu Haoyu. Brother Zhuqiu, are you leaving already? Didn't you have something you wanted to discuss with me? City Lord Qin asked with a faint smile. City Lord Qin, it's not like you don't know what I have to say. Since you have no intention to negotiate with me, I will not invite humiliation upon myself. Zhuqiu Haoyu grunted. Although it was Yi Yun that had taken action, City Lord Qin used spatial dimension laws to lock Zhuqiu Haoyu in place. It was a clear indication of his attitude. He had always tried to foster a good relationship with City Lord Qin, but it was pointless to use his warm and genial face to repeatedly kiss a cold ass. He withdrew the canonicalized god platform, boarded his spirit boat and left. With Zhuqiubo gone, the crowd naturally dispersed. Many people looked at Yi Yun with mixed feelings. Without a doubt, Yi Yun would become a new rising star in Myriad City. However, that was on the premise that he could survive the pressure from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Yi Yun came in front of City Lord Qin and took out the remaining 4 Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills. He said, City Lord Qin, these 4 pills should be able to repay my debt of 800,000 runes. I shall give them to City Lord Qin. If City Lord Qin does not need the pills, I'll exchange them in Myriad Pavilion for runes to repay you. I am deeply indebted to you. Although Yi Yun had not used the 800,000 runes to buy the soul-restoring relic, City Lord Qin's help still left Yi Yun grateful. The Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills were supreme-grade pills. Though they could be used to save Ling Xier and was of use to him, he decided to use them to repay City Lord Qin first. City Lord Qin took a glance at the pills and said, back then, you said that you would repay me in 3 months. I thought you were only bragging. But here we are, and it has only been half a month. You are truly a capable young man. Even I still need to special order these pills, so there's no need for you to exchange them for runes. I'll accept them. However, for Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills are worth more than 800,000 runes. In addition, these pills are extremely high quality. Taking 2 of them is already me taking advantage of you. Seeing as City Lord Qin only accepted 2, Yi Yun looked at Princess White Fox at his side. He handed the remaining 2 to her. What's this for? Princess White Fox asked softly. She had been worried for Yi Yun while he was refining the pills, but now, seeing that everything went well, she could finally rest assured. Thanks to your help and trust, I can finally settle in Myriad City. Since you cultivate in the soul, these pills will be useful to you. Just think of it as an expression of my goodwill, said Yi Yun. Princess White Fox was about to reject them when she heard City Lord Qin say, in that case, Wuxia, you should take them. As the saying goes, he who gets others' kindness but does not repay is not a gentleman. Moreover, this friend of yours has such impressive alchemy skills. Why do you fear him being poor? Perhaps, in the times to come, I will be relying on our young friend Yi Yun. City Lord Qin said with a loud laugh. Yes, Uncle Qin. Princess White Fox nodded. Yi Yun, in half a month, I will be hosting a zither recital at my residence in which Fairy Yu Qin will be participating. Why don't you come? City Lord Qin said to Yi Yun with a smile. Yi Yun's alchemy skills had pleasantly surprised him. By giving Yi Yun a chance to rub shoulders with the upper echelons of Myriad City, it would be a form of protection for Yi Yun. City Lord Qin, thank you for your invitation. I will definitely be there. Yi Yun said. All right, then Wuxia and I will be leaving. City Lord Qin took a glance at Yun Xian Loft and said with deep, underlying meaning, your Yun Xian Loft will probably be quite busy soon. After he sent City Lord Qin and Princess White Fox off, most of the people that joined in the buzz had left. The remaining people stayed behind to have pills refined. Master E, I would like to refine clear-minded marrow cleansing pills. Master E, me too. I want to refine a cauldron of extreme pills as well as emerald spirit pills, heart-nourishing relics. Many people rushed to speak to Yi Yun. With Yi Yun's impressive alchemy skill, it was best to get him to refine pills before his reputation spread. They wanted to refine as many as possible. If they waited even a few days, they might not be able to get in the queue. And even if the pills that were refined were useless for themselves, they could always sell them to earn a huge profit. After all, the pills that Yi Yun refined were apparently a lot more superior than typical pills. Seeing the people hollering to get Yi Yun to refine their pills, Ruer gingerly walked to Yi Yun's side and whispered, "Oh." Yi Yun smiled slightly. A teasing look could be detected in his eyes. "I can refine whatever you want. 1,000,000 runes a cauldron." "You?" The people that were just making requests faltered. 1,000,000 runes a cauldron? The pills they wanted refined were not even worth 100,000, but the pill refinement fee was 1,000,000. Humph. Didn't double-faced folks like you curse in front of my Yunxian loft that hanging up a plaque like that is madness? Why would you want me to refine pills now? If you have any dignity, it's best you scram. Don't disgust me. After Yi Yun said that, he turned and left. He was not afraid of offending such ruffians. He cleaved off Suiqiu Haoyu's arms, and that was a young master. So when these ruffians considered the gap in their status with Suiqiu Haoyu's, they knew that they could only accept the treatment they received. How did he know it was that maidservant? The few exchanged looks. They had derided the plaque in front of Yunxian loft, but never expected that the maidservant had remembered their faces. Today, we will be closed and rejecting all customers. Take down the plaque outside as well, Yi Yun said to Ruer after returning inside. Back when he hung the plaque, it was because he lacked any reputation. Now, he had more than proved his capability, so there was naturally no need for him to continue to provide such cheap pill refinement services. Young Master E. Dong Xiaoqing had not left. Chapter 1162, Young Master Bifeng. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Sect Master Dong. Yi Yun noticed that Dong Xiaoqing hesitated to speak, giving a furtive glance at Dong Xiaoan. Her breathing was weak and her body was petite and frail. He could not help but sigh. He did not know how a fine girl like Dong Xiaoan would end up in such a strange situation. Come on in. However, I might not have any solutions. Thank you, young Master E. Dong Xiaoqing helped Dong Xiaoan into Yi Yun's alchemy lab. Dong Xiaoan didn't have a tall frame. She carefully sat on a rock bed in the alchemy lab, acting somewhat reserved. Hand. Yi Yun said as he extended his hand. Dong Xiaoan blushed slightly as she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrists. Dong Xiaoan's arm was like that of a 13-year-old's. It was small and exquisite. As Yi Yun felt Dong Xiaoan's pulse, he activated his energy vision and observed the energy flows within her body. Although the evil entity had entered remission, it was still entrenched in Dong Xiaoan's dantian. It was as if it was trying to fuse with Dong Xiaoan's dantian. It was probably the cause of Dong Xiaoan being unable to increase her cultivation level no matter how much she cultivated. Yi Yun vaguely sensed that once the evil entity was fully fused with Dong Xiaoan, she would probably be beyond saving. Was it some kind of old monster trying to possess Dong Xiaoan? Such a thought flashed across Yi Yun's mind. However, he eliminated the possibility after some thought. Possession would have begun from the soul sea, and not the dantian. Furthermore, although the evil entity resembled a human face, the feeling it gave off did not resemble a spiritual soul. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before he gathered spatial dimension laws into his hands, forming pure Yang Dao patterns. Yi Yun cast the pure Yang Dao patterns into Dong Xiaowan's body, sealing the vital meridian paths around her dantian. Pure Yang was best against evil entities. With these pure Yang Dao patterns in place, the evil entity was unlikely to endanger Dong Xiaowan's life. However, it was not a long-term solution. Do not cultivate for the time being, nor should you use your Yuan Qi. If Sect Master Dong doesn't mind, I suggest that Dong Xiaowan stay here with me. What do you think? Young Master Yi, you are too kind. You saved Xiaowan's life, so why would I mind? Not only was Dong Xiaoqing not worried when he heard that, he was overjoyed. He yearned for his daughter to stay behind so that she could someday be saved by Yi Yun. All right. Yi Yun nodded. Then, I'll be leaving. Xiaowan, I'll come and see you again. Dong Xiaoqing cupped his fists and said. He was not worried leaving his daughter, who was too weak to resist anything, with Yi Yun. Whether it was his thankfulness for what Yi Yun had done, or Yi Yun's saving of his daughter without compensation, he could tell that Yi Yun was a person of high moral standing. And looking at it from a broader perspective, even if Yi Yun had any thoughts on his daughter, Dong Xiaoqing could turn a blind eye. Yi Yun was different from Huyan Song. Huyan Song was already halfway in the grave, yet he wanted to fool around with young women. As for Yi Yun, he was young and had a promising future. If his daughter ended up being Yi Yun's companion, how could that be a loss? After Dong Xiaoqing left, Yi Yun entered seclusion. In his free time, he would check on the evil entity in Dong Xiaowan's body. As time passed, Yi Yun's understanding of the evil entity grew deeper. And Dong Xiaowan followed in Ruer's footsteps, becoming one of the medicine children of Yun Xin Loft. Dong Xiaowan would help Ruer if she needed it. Together, they kept Yun Xin Loft in good order. Meanwhile, Yi Yun's reputation rapidly spread throughout Myriad City. It was all due to the fact that he had cleaved off Suiqiu Haoyu's arms and burned them to ash with pure Yang flames. And despite being only a junior, he was able to refine Supreme Palace Iceheart pills and awaken Dong Xiaowan, who had a mysterious and deadly illness. The quality of his pills even exceeded Suiqiu Bo's. Either of those two stories resulted in an absolutely astounding reaction on the part of those who heard them. In Myriad City, alchemists enjoyed an extremely high status. Even though it was common knowledge that Yi Yun had offended the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, there were still many people that came for Yi Yun's pill refining services or to befriend him. What? Young Master Baifeng wants to see me? Who is he? Yi Yun was informed by Dong Xiaowan just after he finished meditation. Young Master Baifeng's name is Zhou Baifeng. He's from Myriad City's Zhou family. The Zhou family isn't a sect, but it is a very powerful faction. It's ranked third among all the factions in Myriad City. Although it's inferior to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, it's not by a lot. Zhou Baifeng himself is well regarded within the Zhou family. Many of the family's matters are left to his decision. Young Master Baifeng is already outside. Dong Xiaowan added. Yi Yun thought for a moment before nodding. He said, let him in. Since young Master Baifeng was filthy rich, Yi Yun could raise the price if he was here for pills. Yi Yun needed to earn large sums of runes over the next 3 years, so he naturally wanted to accept business when it came to him. After Dong Xiaowan passed the message, 2 men quickly walked in. One of the men was wearing a light blue long-sleeved shirt. He was smiling from afar as he warmly greeted Yi Yun. You must be Master Yi. I've heard many things about you. I'm Zhou Baifeng and this is young Master Zhang Ziyuan, who is a distinguished guest of my Zhou family. Master Yi, you might not know of young Master Zhang Ziyuan's reputation since you are new here. He is a famous young genius in Myriad City. Zhang Ziyuan was fanning himself with a jade fan. He had an incisive aura and appeared to be extraordinary. Yi Yun slowly put down his teacup and said lightly, May I know what medicine young Master Baifeng plans on refining? Young Master Baifeng should know that my prices aren't cheap. That I naturally know. However, I'm here not for Master Yi's services. Instead, I'm here to invite Master Yi to become a distinguished guest of the Zhou family. My Zhou family has quite the influence in Myriad City. All the distinguished guests of the Zhou family are geniuses. If Master Yi does see fit to let us welcome you, even the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would think twice about troubling you. Young Master Baifeng spoke very confidently and wore a rather conceited expression. The Zhou family was considered quite a large tree that even famous geniuses like Zhang Ziyuan flocked to. Young Master Baifeng made it a point to bring Zhang Ziyuan in order to make his case more convincing. Although Zhang Ziyuan was inferior to Fairy Yuqin and Fairy Wuxia, he was still a reputable genius. Once, young Master Zhang Ziyuan had offended a large sect because of a woman. However, after he became a distinguished guest of my Zhou family, that sect could only suppress their indignation. Young Master Baifeng said. Young Master Baifeng is right. Yi Yun, young Master Baifeng is here today to save you. Without the Zhou family, you will be alone. And it's hard to do anything single-handedly. Zhang Ziyuan glanced at Yi Yun, but he felt somewhat displeased. Yi Yun had not stood up from the moment they entered. Back when Zhang Ziyuan became the Zhou family's distinguished guest, he had been extremely polite when he took the initiative to receive their patronage. This kind of preferential treatment, and the difference in attitude, already made Zhang Ziyuan unhappy. Furthermore, Yi Yun's arrogance irritated him. You are soliciting me? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Yi Yun rejected it immediately. I am undisciplined by nature, and so I'm not accustomed to being governed by others. As for whether the Myriad Immortal Pavilion will seek to hurt me, or whether I need protection from Zhou family. If I were to sell myself to a faction for something trivial like seeking protection, then my martial path would have cultivated for nothing. As Yi Yun spoke, he swept his gaze to Zhang Ziyuan. People like young Master Zhou or young Master Zhang meant nothing to Yi Yun at all. Chapter 1163, Invitation Letter. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. How dare you speak in this manner? Zhang Ziyuan was incensed. Yi Yun's words were a subtle smack in his face. Wasn't he implying that by selling himself to the Zhou family, Zhang Ziyuan made his martial path worthless? How could he tolerate such an insult? Yi Yun ignored Zhang Ziyuan. He sensed from the start that this person was rather hostile towards him. The first thing he said carried a threatening tone. What did being a distinguished guest have to do with the difficulty of doing things single-handedly? Zhang Ziyuan had become a distinguished guest and wanted others to follow in his footsteps. When he encountered other able distinguished guests, he even felt jealous. Yi Yun could not be bothered to humor such a person with any sincerity. Young Master Baifeng looked at Yi Yun as his expression turned cold. I came here personally to talk with you about joining us. I even brought young Master Zhang. It should be very clear how sincere I am. Perhaps Master Yi doesn't think much of my Zhou family? Yi Yun cupped his hands at young Master Baifeng and said, I have nothing to say if young Master Baifeng wants to interpret my words in such a manner. I, Yi Yun, am used to being free. At this time, I do not want to pledge allegiance to anyone. Since the both of you aren't here for pill refinement, I must return to my secluded cultivation. Please leave. Although it was his first time meeting Zhou Baifeng, Yi Yun had a general idea of him from Dong Xiuwan's description. Zhou Baifeng was inviting him to be a distinguished guest of the Zhou family only to elevate his own standing within the family. By pledging allegiance to the Zhou family, he would naturally become one of Zhou Baifeng's protégé. In the future, when Zhou Baifeng inherited the family estate, he would have more chips in hand. But Yi Yun had already cultivated to such a level on his own, so why would he need to be a distinguished guest of a young master? Please listen to my young master's words and leave. Dong Xiuwan said. Yi Yun had saved her life, so she only listened to Yi Yun. Young Master Baifeng's face turned extremely grim and gloomy. Then, I wish that Master Yi does not regret this in the future. You are only an alchemist. Take care for your safety after making so many enemies. Having said that, young Master Baifeng snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. Zheng Ziyuan also stared coldly at Yi Yun before following behind young Master Baifeng, walking out of Yun Xan loft. Young Master Baifeng, that Yi Yun really doesn't know how to appreciate what's good for him. Not only did he think nothing of me, he also did not think anything of young Master Baifeng and the Zhou family. Zheng Ziyuan turned to look at Yun Xan loft's plaque and said, "He is so arrogant only because he knows Fairy Wuxia and she is City Lord Qin's junior." Young Master Baifeng raised his hand to stop Zheng Ziyuan from continuing. He does have some skill, but there are so many geniuses in this world. Yet, few of them can successfully mature. He continued, he is a top alchemist and has a promising future. The benefits such a person would bring to a large faction are obvious. But he is still only a junior and so cannot put up much of a fight. He may have rejected my Zhou family, but others from the major factions will definitely come to solicit him. Soon, he will be in a position he cannot control. What faction would allow a genius junior who could pose a threat to them in the future, but won't pledge allegiance to them, mature? Furthermore, he has also offended the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. I would love to see how he handles that. Let's go back. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Yi Yun avoided guests by giving the excuse that he was in seclusion. With Zhou Baifeng as a precedent, Yi Yun knew that many factions in Myriad City would want to make him one of their distinguished guests. To the various large factions, he was equivalent to a fat lamb for the slaughter because he seemingly did not have the means to protect himself. Everyone wanted him to pledge allegiance to them. They would probably want him to sign a contract if he joined their factions. The contracts warriors sign always involved the soul. Even if the conditions were loose, Yi Yun would absolutely not sign. Yi Yun decided to keep his shop closed while rejecting all visitors instead of meeting and subsequently offending each and every one of them. In 10 days, people from the Mystic Yang Manor, Five Elements Mountain Manor, and Core Heartsword clan came to Yun Xian Loft. However, they did not even get to meet Yi Yun. On this point, they were inferior to Zhou Baifeng. Young Master, Fairy Purple Rain from the Guiyuan family has come to seek your refinement services. The Guiyuan family is second only to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion in Myriad City. Fairy Purple Rain is also a famous, beloved daughter of heaven outside. In terms of reputation, however, she is slightly inferior to Fairy Yuqin. However, this does not mean that Fairy Purple Rain is inferior to Fairy Yuqin. Rather, Fairy Yuqin placed the zither in Heavenly Treasure's Arch, so it's only natural that more people know of her. Fairy Purple Rain, meanwhile, dwells in deep seclusion in the Guiyuan family. She seldom appears in public, thus only few know of her. Young Master Yi, do you think? Dong Xiaowan said gingerly. Yi Yun had instructed her that he would not see anyone from any faction. However, Fairy Purple Rain was different. Her status was higher than even Zhou Baifeng's, to begin with. Furthermore, she was someone from the Guiyuan family. The only faction in Myriad City that was qualified to compete with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion was the Guiyuan family. As an elite of the Guiyuan family, Fairy Purple Rain had taken the initiative to visit Yi Yun. It was something that young masters of many factions wished would happen to them. Therefore, after some thought, Dong Xiaowan decided to inform Yi Yun. Fairy Purple Rain? Guiyuan family? Yi Yun stroked his chin and asked Dong Xiaowan, "Xiaowan, how's the relationship between the Guiyuan family and the Myriad Immortal Pavilion?" Young master, every faction has their interests at stake. They might appear amiable on the surface, but they really aren't. At that moment, outside Yun Xian Loft, a white jade carriage was parked. The tiny carriage looked warm and crystalline. For Snow White, purebred unicorns were attached to the reins of the carriage. They had wings on their backs and they were very docile. "Miss, I heard that Yi Yun would reject anyone from any faction. He's truly arrogant. However, miss, you are different. You are a fairy of Myriad City. It's unknown how many young masters are unqualified to even kneel before you. And here you are, coming personally to Yun Xian Loft. Won't Yun come forward in thankful tears or shock to see you? It's an opportunity for him to be a distinguished guest of the Guiyuan family. In all of Myriad City, only our Guiyuan family can fight the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. There were two girls in the carriage. One was dressed in maidservant's attire. She was speaking to a lady in a purple dress. The purple-dressed girl smiled slightly. Her skin was creamy in color and she had a slim figure. Her facial features were intricate and her eyes seemed to contain a fresh spring in them. A glance at her would make the surroundings lose their vibrancy. Her slight smile made it seem like she was glowing. All you know is how to deliver such sweet talk. Why won't you learn anything else from me? The purple-dressed girl rapped the maidservant's forehead gently. However, my Guiyuan family is indeed the only choice that he has. He has already rejected the Zhou family, Mystic Yang Manor, Five Elements Mountain Manor, and Core Heartsword clan one after another. He is likely waiting for my Guiyuan family to visit him so that he can sell himself for the highest bid. That is quite a clever plan. I have already gotten permission from the Circle of Elders. For me to approach him in person, he can't ask for anything more. The Circle of Elders have also permitted me to make some changes to the contract, allowing me to loosen the conditions. Miss, you see things with such clarity. So this Yun is trying to sell himself to the highest bidder. I thought he was being overly arrogant. Let's see if he dares be arrogant when he welcomes you. The maidservant beamed like a blooming flower. Just as her voice faded, the door to Yun Xian Loft opened. The maidservant saw Dong Xiaowan casually walk out before bowing slightly at the carriage. She knew of Dong Xiaowan. She had heard that Dong Xiaowan had been listed on the Blessed Daughters of Heaven's rankings, but, of course, she was ranked far below her mistress. The maidservant daintily lifted the curtains of the carriage. Looking down at Dong Xiaowan from above, she said lightly, "What did your young master say?" Dong Xiaowan said, "Our young master is still in seclusion, so he will not be able to meet Fairy Purple Rain." Oh? The purple-dressed girl inside the carriage was slightly taken aback. Before she could open her mouth, the maidservant beside her spoke with fury. Her eyebrows flared up as she said, "What? He's still in seclusion? What bullshit! How audacious you are! Our mistress is outside waiting. What right do you have? Enough!" Inside the carriage, the purple-dressed girl cut off her personal maidservant's rant. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly knitted. She never imagined that Yun would also reject the Guiyuan family. Furthermore, his rejection of her was no different from any of the ones before. Yun was really ignoring all factions in Myriad City. However, didn't he realize that, with his background and foundations, he was powerless against them? As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. I thought he was waiting to sell himself to the highest bidder. That would have been some impressive thinking, but I never expected him to be so naive as to think that he will be able to become an existence equivalent to City Lord Qin while standing independent from the factions. Forget him if he does not want to meet us. Let's go back. Since the purple-dressed girl had given her order, the maidservant could only lower the curtain. The scene of the white jade carriage leaving Yun Xian Loft was seen by many. They naturally knew who sat inside. That's surprising news. Even Fairy Purple Rain from the Guiyuan family has been rejected. If it were me, I would have agreed without any hesitation. Stop dreaming in broad daylight. However, it has to be said that Yun's present situation is dire. He has offended the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and left so many major factions wary of him. Who wouldn't want to pick up an exquisite piece of jade that was thrown into the streets? If it refused to be picked up, it would probably be in trouble. Rhinoceros are killed for their horns while calamities befall elephants because of their tusks. If one was worth too much but was unable to defend themselves, one could end up being captured and forced to refine medicine for others. A few days later, more than half of the top 10 factions of Myriad City had gone to Yun Xin Loft but left dejected. One day, Ruer was looking out into the streets in a daze. Suddenly, she saw a blur in front of her and an elder appeared. "Lady, this is a letter meant for young Master Yi from the city lord." The elder smiled as he took out an invitation letter before passing it to Ruer. Upon hearing that it was a letter from City Lord Qin, Ruer hurriedly took it over and said, "Thank you, uncle. I will deliver it to my master." "Oh? City Lord Qin's invitation? It's probably the zither recital." Back when the pill refinement was over, City Lord Qin had invited Yun to participate in a zither recital half a month later at the City Lord Manor. Today was precisely half a month later. He never expected City Lord Qin to especially send him an invitation. Yun smiled faintly as he turned to Ruer and said, "Follow me to the City Lord Manor." Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. The various major factions of Myriad City had long known of the zither recital held in City Lord Manor. Everyone knew that both Fairy Yuqin and Fairy Wuxia would be there. Back at the Paradise Chapter's Heavenly Treasures Arch, both fairies had played the zither in an exciting showdown. Those who were fortunate enough to witness it relished the memory of it. As for those that did not see it, they could only be filled with regret. Today's zither recital was another chance to see the two beloved daughters of heaven clash once again. The major factions that received invitations brought several youngsters along. In truth, this was not a mere zither recital between Fairy Yuqin and Fairy Wuxia, but a grand meeting between the young elites of the various factions. As for a certain genius alchemist that was recently in the limelight and was also Fairy Wuxia's friend, many expected that he would be invited by City Lord Qin. On a mirror-like lake at City Lord Manor, dozens of gaily painted boats were floating on the surface. The biggest one even had a high platform, and that is where City Lord Qin sat. In one of the boats, there were about a dozen zitherists playing the zither. There were more than 100 dancers dancing above the lake's surface. A gentle wind blew as the lake's waters shimmered. It was like a portrait from the heavens. It was the first time Ruer had been to such a banquet. She followed behind Yun while her eyes darted around in wonder. Dong Xiaowan was also following behind Yun. Her bearing was elegant, so she caught the attention of many the moment she appeared. However, people ultimately shifted their gaze to Yun after seeing her. "That's Yun. Master Yi is indeed an accomplished youngster. However, it's because he's young that he's arrogant. To think he dare comes to today's zither recital. I heard that in the past few days, he has offended nearly every major faction in Myriad City. Today's zither recital won't be a relaxing time for him." Ruer felt a little uncomfortable hearing all the murmurs. "Sir, it's fine." Yun scanned these people. He knew that with his potential, he would only be repressed by the combined efforts of the various large factions if he did not join a single faction. Just today's zither recital alone did not have many that were friendly to him. And sure enough, Yun came across a few familiar faces. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." The person who spoke was Zhou Baifeng. Beside him was Zhang Ziyuan. The two of them had been snubbed by Yun, so now, despite Zhou Baifeng being fine with it, Zhang Ziyuan could not hide the coldness or killing intent in his eyes. Zhang Ziyuan silently touched the hilt of his sword. In City Lord Manor, he obviously was not allowed to draw it, but it was a show of force. "Yun, I'd be rather interested to meet you in battle. I want to let you know that, although alchemists have elevated statuses in Myriad City, true control over Myriad City is dependent on strength," Zhang Ziyuan said lightly. With the Zhou family backing him, he did not mind offending Yun at all. Zhou Baifeng only smiled at Zhang Ziyuan's provocation. He did not attempt to stop him. At that moment, an alluring female voice was heard. "You must be young Master Yi. Today's the first day that I, Purple Rain, have the chance to meet young Master Yi." My visit to Yun Xin Loft, unfortunately, coincided with young Master Yi's seclusion. A purple-dressed girl walked over leisurely. She was none other than Fairy Purple Rain from the Guiyuan family. The moment Fairy Purple Rain appeared, even Dong Xiaowan lost her luster. When beauties reached the limits of beauty, it was hard to compare them. At that point, the comparison was determined by demeanor. Fairy Purple Rain's demeanor was truly like a misty or smoky purple rain that seemed to accompany an inundating breeze. I'm really sorry about that, Fairy Purple Rain. I had been in seclusion for too long. It's my honor today to be able to meet Fairy Purple Rain after coming out of seclusion. Yun cupped his fists and smiled. Although Yun did not care to be solicited by the Guiyuan family, he would, on the surface, make efforts to avoid impertinent remarks that would offend others, as long as the other party was polite. Fairy Purple Rain, please excuse me. I have yet to greet City Lord Qin at today's zither recital. As Yun said that, he walked through a hall and flew to the biggest boat in the middle. City Lord Qin. Yun greeted City Lord Qin with a bow. He looked at Princess White Fox, who was beside City Lord Qin, and said, Fairy Wuxia. Princess White Fox smiled with a zither in her arms as she nodded gently. Ha, Yun, you came late. Here, drink as a form of punishment. City Lord Qin said with a jovial laugh. With that, everyone noticed Yun. They never expected Yun to keep such a high profile even when coming here. This punk is fearless because we're in City Lord Manor. Zhang Ziyuan was feeling extremely displeased seeing Yun fly to the boat from afar. He had been able to enter the banquet only by accompanying young Master Bifeng, however, he had no right to greet City Lord Qin. As for the graceful figure beside City Lord Qin, he could not even approach her. Yun cupped his fists and laughed. He drank a cup of wine, and was just about to say something when City Lord Qin suddenly frowned. Oh! People from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion have come as well. As City Lord Qin said that, a group of people walked in from the main entrance. The person leading the group was Zhuqiu Bo. Standing beside Zhuqiu Bo was a young-looking man. He was dressed in white and his black hair sprawled unbridled. On his back hung a sword. This group of people flew and landed onto a boat freely. Then, they sat down. The long-haired young man picked up a cup of wine from the table and greeted City Lord Qin from afar. City Lord Qin, I'm Si Yusheng. Please accept my toast. Si Yusheng? Yun did not know the person. Dong Xiaowan whispered, Sir, Si Yusheng is Myriad Immortal Pavilion's successor to the role of Pavilion Lord. The biggest family clan in Myriad Immortal Pavilion is the Si family. As for the Zhuqiu family, they were initially distinguished guests of the Si family. Later on, the Si family produced a peerless figure that slowly brought them more power, allowing them to establish the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Pavilion lords have always been descendants from the Si family, while the Zhuqiu family slowly became the second biggest family in Myriad Immortal Pavilion. They also entered the inner circles where power is held. But in truth, the Zhuqiu family has relied on the Si family to progress. Yun nodded. He could tell that Zhuqiu Bo treated the white-dressed man differently from how he treated Zhuqiu Haoyu. Zhuqiu Haoyu was only a young master of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, while the white-dressed man was the successor apparent. The person beside City Lord Qin is Yun, the one who sliced off Zhuqiu Haoyu's arms. His alchemical skills are impressive. Zhuqiu Bo said to Si Yusheng via voice transmission. So that's him. Haoyu and I grew up together. We are practically brothers. Haoyu's problems are my problems. As for Yun, he is standing against my Myriad Immortal Pavilion because of Qin Zhengyang's support. If we ignore this matter, aren't we saying that my Myriad Immortal Pavilion can be bullied by anyone? People might even think that we are afraid of Qin Zhengyang. Look at these people. They are waiting for our reaction. I know that both the Zhou family and Fairy Purple Rain from the Guiyuan family have been rejected by Yi Yun. Si Yuxing said coldly. Although City Lord Qin had raised his cup in response to Si Yuxing's toast, he did not immediately down it. He only looked at Si Yuxing and said leisurely, "I'm very pleased that young Master Si came to see me, but I don't seem to recall sending young Master Si an invitation." Chapter 1165, Concede Defeat and Abide by the Rules of the Bet. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. What way do you have in mind? Qin Zhengyan's voice was cold. As Myriad City's city lord, he did not need to give a single thought to Si Yuxing's reputation. Yi Yun was a guest he had invited. Even without Yi Yun's relationship with Princess White Fox, Qin Zhengyang would not easily allow for Yi Yun to be put in a difficult situation at his residence. If he did and word got out, how was he to be a city lord? City Lord Qin, look at you protecting juniors. Don't worry. I, Si Yuxing, might not usually care about others' feelings, but I make exceptions for certain people. How can I not consider City Lord Qin's reputation? Furthermore, young Master Yi is a genius. He might have had some misunderstandings with Hao Yu, but now the matter is over. However, there are matters involving my Myriad Immortal Pavilion. I have to put a clean end to them. City Lord Qin, do not worry. What I'm proposing is also a good thing for young Master Yi. As Si Yuxing spoke, a golden beam flashed in his hand. A golden scroll appeared floating above his palm. The golden scroll slowly unfurled. There were resplendent Dao patterns over it, making it look extremely profound. Si Yuxing said, "This is a soul contract, prepared for young Master Yi." Hao Yu was indeed in the wrong before, but the punishment he received was just too serious. Young Master Yi has to answer to my Myriad Immortal Pavilion. This soul contract only has two conditions. The first condition is that young Master Yi promises never to be an enemy of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. As long as the disciples of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion do not deliberately offend young Master Yi, he is not to attack any disciple of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. The second condition is that young Master Yi has to render his services to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion for 600 years. After that, he is free to stay or leave. During these 600 years, my Myriad Immortal Pavilion will give him the same treatment as a core disciple or elder. We will provide young Master Yi with all the cultivation resources, as well as alchemy ingredients, he may need. However, if my Myriad Immortal Pavilion needs any pills, young Master Yi will produce them without any objections. Therefore, during these 600 years, young Master Yi is not to wantonly leave Myriad Immortal Pavilion. If he needs to leave, he will need to gain approval from the circle of elders. If young Master Yi signs this, all grudges will be settled. As Si Yuxing spoke, he sent the contract floating towards Yi Yun. When people like Zhou Baifeng, Zhang Ziyuan and other faction elites heard the contents of the contract, they were somewhat disappointed. It could not even considered a punishment for Yi Yun. The first condition did not need elaboration. It could not even considered a restriction on Yi Yun. As for the second condition, although it was possibly a tiny punishment for Yi Yun, it was also something that many people present yearned for. To be given the treatment of a Myriad Immortal Pavilion elder and have any needed ingredients prepared was a dream. After all, the training of an alchemist required huge expenditures on ingredients. For many pills, failure resulted in a great loss of wealth. However, if one didn't attempt to refine them, one would not be able to raise one's alchemic abilities. Although Si Yuxing's offer was a little restricting, it was worth it for the benefits. Upon hearing Si Yuxing's words, Fairy Purple Rain frowned. The conditions Si Yuxing proposed made the advantage the Guiyuan family had much weaker. The only way to entice Yi Yun was to beat the offer. It seems Si Yuxing has restrained himself. By doing so, he came up with a plan that upholds the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's dignity and also gets them an alchemist. This deal is very beneficial to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. People were discussing in murmurs on their boats. However, they never expected Iyun to shake his head and say, "Sorry, but I cannot accept these terms of yours." It was a straight rejection without even bothering to give a reason. Oh? Si Yushing's sword-like brows pricked up. He had held back his rash behavior today, giving Iyun a chance to be amiable, but Iyun had pushed his luck. He actually rejected such favorable conditions? If it were only the first condition, I could agree to it completely. As for the second condition, that is absolutely impossible. Ignoring the fact that 600 years is too long, just the promise of you providing all the cultivation resources and alchemy ingredients I need is something, to be honest, that I cannot believe. I actually do not think that the Myriad Immortal Pavilion has the ability to provide me with cultivation resources and alchemy ingredients I need. Iyun's cultivation level was now at the Dao Palace realm. Due to the existence of the World Tree, the Supreme Nine-Treasured Dao Palace, and the 4 9-leaf Dao fruits, the amount of resources he consumed would only become more and more extraordinary. It far exceeded warriors at the same realm, so how was it possible for the Myriad Immortal Pavilion to provide for him? Although Iyun spoke the truth, his words sounded like derisive sarcasm to Si Yushing's ears. He had already lowered his dignity, but Iyun smacked him in the face. Si Yushing was simmering in rage. He suddenly laughed, but his laughter was filled with cold, killing intent. Fine. Fine. People say that you are arrogant, and I have truly had my horizons broadened after meeting you. A junior warrior like you actually thinks nothing of my Myriad Immortal Pavilion. City Lord Qin, I have held back out of respect for you, but Iyun doesn't appreciate it. How could Si Yushing let the matter rest after being offended in such a manner? In his eyes, if not for City Lord Qin, Iyun would already be a corpse. City Lord Qin sighed slightly. He originally believed that Iyun might have agreed. He never expected Iyun to say such a thing. It was no wonder that Si Yushing was enraged. Uncle Qin, there is no way Iyun would agree to such a condition. Princess White Fox transmitted her voice. With her understanding of Iyun, what he said was not an exaggeration at all. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion was obviously incapable of supporting him. Wuxia, even you say so? City Lord Qin was obviously prone to believing Princess White Fox. Since she said so, he began to believe that Iyun wasn't exaggerating. Besides, Iyun was his guest. He naturally had to protect his guest. Si Yushing, since Iyun does not agree to your contract, let's leave it at this for today. According to Myriad Immortal Pavilion's rules, one should concede defeat and abide by the rules of the bet. I must remind you that this bet was first proposed by Zhuoqiuhaoyu. It is out of Iyun's hands now. Even if your Myriad Immortal Pavilion has lost face, it is because of Zhuoqiuhaoyu and not because of Iyun. City Lord Qin's words made clear his leanings. Everyone understood that it was impossible to touch Iyun at this zither recital. It appeared as if Si Yushing could only go home despondently. However, Si Yushing was one who acted domineeringly, refusing to lose out in any way. Had he come to City Lord Manor today to deal with Iyun in front of City Lord Qin, not knowing that he would only be running into a stone wall? As people were thinking it over, Si Yushing suddenly burst into laughter. City Lord Qin, you said that one should concede defeat and abide by the rules of the bet. I'm very agreeable to that notion. In fact, this is something you have said twice. Back when you restrained Zhuoqiuhaoyu before his arms were maimed, you said it once. I previously mentioned that I was invited here to this zither recital by young Master Wufeng, but I forgot to explain in detail. The reason young Master Wufeng invited me to the recital is that he bet his own arms on a fight and lost. Today is the day he will have his arms chopped off. Therefore, young Master Wufeng asked me to plead with City Lord Qin for help. However, before I could even mention it, City Lord Qin, you actually said, concede defeat and abide by the rules of the bet. Si Yushing said his words leisurely. It gave everyone present a shock. Qin Zhengyang's youngest son, Qin Wufeng, had lost a gamble in Myriad Immortal Palace and was about to have his arms chopped off? Chapter 1166, Unrelenting Aggressiveness. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The Myriad Immortal Palace was one of the territories of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. For Qin Wufeng to bet his arms at such a sensitive time, and lose, made people suspicious. It was very likely that Si Yusheng had gotten others to lay a trap for Qin Wufeng as a way to seek revenge on Yi Yun for cleaving off Zhuqiu Haoyu's arms. Although Qin Wufeng was a good-for-nothing, how would City Lord Qin react when his son's arms were chopped off? Everyone's gaze landed on City Lord Qin's face. This young Master Si is indeed overbearing. To think he even dares do such a thing. Fairy purple rain covered her tiny mouth and said softly. At that moment, City Lord Qin had held both his hands on the armrest and stared intently at Si Yusheng. He asked in a deep tone, Si Yusheng, are you threatening me? His deep, bass-like voice sounded like a bell's gong. A terrifying aura suddenly shot out from the City Lord, as an oppressive killing intent locked onto Si Yusheng. At that moment, ripples spread on the lake's surface as black clouds rolled over in an overbearing manner like a storm was imminent. What a powerful aura! Yi Yun reeled inside. He had only ever sensed similar auras from people like Felicitous Rain Lord, Demonic Eye Divine Lord, and other powerful figures. However, City Lord Qin's cultivation realm was definitely slightly weaker than Felicitous Rain Lord's. Perhaps, City Lord Qin was just short of fully entering the Divine Lord realm. Or perhaps he was at the cultivation level of a Divine Lord, but had yet to fully fuse with a Divine Lord Royal Seal. Back in the God Advent Tower left behind by Azure Yang Lord, Yi Yun learned of the existence of the Divine Lord Royal Seal for the first time. There were only 72 Divine Lord Royal Seals in each Empyrean heaven. They were divine items given birth from heaven-earth laws. Whether a Divine Lord fused with a Divine Lord Royal Seal or not resulted in a huge difference in strength. As an overlord of an area and ruler of Myriad City, City Lord Qin was making Si Yusheng experience the angry flames of a Divine Lord. Against City Lord Qin's power, Si Yusheng's face paled slightly as he took a step back. I'm only delivering young Master Wufeng's message, how is that a threat? However, since City Lord Qin has already said to concede defeat and abide by the rules of the bet, I can only pass these words back to young Master Wufeng unadulterated. Si Yusheng forcefully suppressed his chaotic lifeblood and spoke. Si Yusheng had Qin Wufeng in the Myriad Immortal Palace, and had the full might of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion backing him. Although Qin Zhengyang was extremely powerful, Si Yusheng was not afraid that the City Lord would attack him. He was not Zhuqiu Haoyu, but the successor of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. City Lord Qin's expression turned sullen. There was a saying that a tiger father would not beget a canine son, but Qin Zhengyang was the antithesis of that saying. Not a single one of his sons was promising. He had a total of 6 sons. 2 of them perished before he made a name for himself. Each of the remaining 4 was worse than the preceding one. He had repeatedly disciplined his youngest son, Qin Wufeng, but Qin Wufeng was not a martial arts genius. He wallowed in degeneration and was a frequent customer at dens of iniquity like the Heavenly Treasures Arch and Myriad Immortal Palace. Now that he had fallen into a trap and was being used to keep his father in check, how could Qin Zhengyang not be angered? However, as Myriad City's City Lord, he had to be impartial and treat everyone equally. Si Yusheng, regardless of whose son he is, he must abide by the rules of Myriad City. If he gambles with others, he has to concede defeat and abide by the rules of the bet. He needs to shoulder the responsibility for his own actions. Each and every one of City Lord Qin's words resounded throughout the mirror-like lake. One would be out of their mind to think that his son could be used to make him compromise his own conscience. Yi Yun was visibly moved. City Lord Qin was indeed a bold and candid gentleman that had a strong sense of chivalry. However, he also knew that he was the root cause of today's conflict. Even if Qin Wufeng was foppish, he would not have succumbed to the insidious scheme if not for him.
Although City Lord Qin was a man of great principles, he could not sit idly by as Qin Wufeng's arms were cleaved off.
Thank you, City Lord Qin.
But this matter is my responsibility. There's no need for you to stand up for a junior like me. As he said that, Yi Yun turned to Si Yusheng and said, "This matter has nothing to do with City Lord Qin. You schemed against young Master Wufeng only because you were gunning for me. Use whatever means you have."
Ha 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 ha.
Si Yusheng laughed boisterously. To think you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. When have I, Si Yusheng, ever suffered a loss? I respected your talent and spoke pleasantly to you before, but you tried to take a mile when I gave you an inch.
Now you want to sign the contract from before? Too late.
Si Yusheng laughed sinisterly as he took out a contract from his interspatial ring again. He threw it straight at Yi Yun.
He came prepared. He went through the necessary pleasantries.
If Yi Yun did not know what was best for him, he would repress Yi Yun. He also stood on the side of reason, so no one could fault him. Everyone looked at the contract that was thrown at Yi Yun with mixed expressions.
Yi Yun did not catch the contract.
He gently waved his hand as the contract stopped and hovered in front of him.
After scanning the contents of the contract, Yi Yun laughed.
600 years has changed to 6,000 years. Furthermore, cultivation resources are not provided for free.
And I need to hand over pills, cultivation techniques, and other riches in exchange for Myriad Immortal Pavilion's contribution points? Only then can I exchange for the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's cultivation resources? Those are truly great terms.
When Yi Yun said this, everyone was flabbergasted. They finally understand that Si Yusheng had planned on using this contract from the beginning. As for the first contract, it was a ruse to keep up appearances.
The second contract was terribly restricting for Yi Yun. A young alchemist that could refine an enhanced version of Supreme Palace Iceheart pills would develop into something impressive.
It would not even be far-fetched for him to become a generation's alchemist sage.
Such a person would naturally be coveted by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
It could even be that the Zhuqiuhaoyu matter was only an excuse for them to make their move. There was a story about an alchemist in ancient times that had outstanding alchemical skills. However, his strength was limited and he ended up being imprisoned and forced to refine pills.
Perhaps the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had such intentions for Yi Yun.
The contract mentioned 6,000 years, but only the heavens knew how they would treat Yi Yun when he went to Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
Everyone cast their gaze on Yi Yun as they awaited his reaction. And at that moment, Yi Yun's face continued to have a light smile hanging on it.
He looked at the flickering Dao patterns in the contract in front of him and gradually lifted his finger and did a simple stroke across the contract.
Phew!
Pure young sword beams flashed as the entire contract instantly turned into scraps of paper by the sword beams. Following that, it was consumed by pure yang flames and turned to ash.
Contribute to you to obtain contribution points to exchange for resources? How can I, Yi Yun, think anything of the items you have at the Myriad Immortal Pavilion? What a joke!
As he saw the gray ash scattered to the ground, Si Yusheng's face twisted with killing intent.
It looks like you truly wish death upon yourself. Fine. I'll fulfill your wishes.
Si Yusheng's aura blasted out as he roared angrily and pulled out the sword behind him.
You are only a mere alchemist, but you dare act so arrogantly. Today, I'll be taking that pair of arms off you.
Alchemists without arms were crippled. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion would not allow any enemy that posed a threat to them to mature. Yi Yun had a promising future and a grudge with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
He refused to pledge allegiance, so he needed to be killed. Chapter 1167, Shouldering It Alone. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Si Yusheng was completely infuriated with Yi Yun.
He refused to let Yi Yun leave the Zither recital unharmed.
Si Yusheng, if you do anything untoward today, I will consider it an act of animosity against me. If you slice off my guest's hands, I'll slice off your arms. City Lord Qin was furious. Si Yusheng actually intended to attack at his zither recital. This was not only City Lord Manor, but also Myriad City. By law, Myriad City prohibited fighting. City Lord Qin, thank you. However, this matter is between me and Si Yusheng. Please do not force your hand into it, said Yi Yun. He was already thankful for City Lord Qin's chivalry. Today's turn of events was a result of his actions. Yi Yun looked at Si Yusheng and the people behind him. He knew that Si Yusheng had brought these people here to nab him. Whether or not he signed the contract didn't matter. If it wasn't signed, Si Yusheng planned to employ forceful means to bring him back to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Once he entered the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, by force or not, the outcome was obvious. Your Myriad Immortal Pavilion's Zhuohaoyu came to provoke me, and ended up paying the price of his arms because he overestimated himself. One has to concede defeat and abide by the rules of the bet. That is an unquestionable moral truth. However, you want to use that truth as an excuse act against me. Fine, I accept that, but you ended up scheming against young Master Wu Feng. Engaging in such despicable acts to threaten City Lord Qin is taking bullying to an extreme. Yi Yun continued, if you want to settle the matter, that's fine with me. However, I must ask one thing. If City Lord Qin were to stay out of this, will young Master Wu Feng be safe and sound? Qin Wu Feng had fallen into a trap because of Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun did not know him, he wanted to resolve the matter for City Lord Qin. My friend, Yi Yun at City Lord Qin stopped him immediately with a frown. Princess White Fox's veil could not conceal the worry in her beautiful eyes. City Lord Qin, there's no need to speak further. Yi Yun glared at Si Yusheng and asked in a deep tone, did you hear what I said? Ha ha ha. Si Yusheng laughed out loudly. If City Lord Qin stays out of the matter, young Master Qin Wu Feng will naturally be treated with the utmost cordiality. When he is done having his fun, he will return. As for his debt, my Myriad Immortal Pavilion will pay it for him. All right. Yi Yun was not afraid that Si Yusheng would go back on his word. It was unlikely that Si Yusheng or the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would truly cross City Lord Qin. Young Master Yi, this Si Yusheng made a name for himself a long time ago. His strength is terrifying and he has the Myriad Immortal Pavilion backing him. Dong Xiaowan and Ruor looked worried. It's fine. Yi Yun said nonchalantly as his figure charged forward, flying from the boat to the lakeside. Take him away. Si Yusheng waved his hand, and his followers flew to Yi Yun's side and seized him. One of the followers waved his hand and produced a pair of chains. The chains were made of deep-sea black iron. There were nomological runes engraved on its surface that sealed off Yuan Qi. Once bound by these chains, one would not be able to use one's Yuan Qi, leaving them at the mercy of others. Chain him up. The corners of Si Yusheng's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Ka ka ka. The chains were like a python. They coiled around Yi Yun and restrained him. At the instant the chains clicked, a divine pattern flashed. The chains fused into one and completely restricted Yi Yun's Yuan Qi flow. City Lord Qin's expression turned ugly. Si Yusheng was forcefully taking someone away from his City Lord manor. Regardless of his child's safety, he could not permit such a thing to happen. Just as he was about to take action, Princess White Fox, who was sitting beside him, had a change of expression. Uncle Qin, Yi Yun just transmitted his voice to me. He hopes that Uncle Qin will not take any action. Princess White Fox was also worried about Yi Yun, but Yi Yun had transmitted his voice to her. He truly did not wish to involve City Lord Qin in the matter. The situation has developed to this stage. If I don't take action, must I really sit here and allow Yi Yun to be taken to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion? As City Lord Qin spoke, Si Yusheng's minions had already escorted Yi Yun towards the exit of Cloud City Manor. Bring him to Myriad Immortal Palace.
Si Yusheng waved his hand, but, when he saw Yi Yun stone-faced and walking calmly, he was immediately displeased.
What a tough guy. You barely qualify to fight me. When we reach Myriad Immortal Palace, I want to see how long you can last. Si Yusheng led Yi Yun all the way out of City Lord Manor.
The people on the lakeside made way for them. This young alchemist had offended the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and was being escorted out of City Lord Manor.
It was unknown what would happen to him. Perhaps the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would make him an indentured slave, forced to lead a life of servitude. Upon considering the possibility, people could not help but sigh. Qin Zhengyang wore a grim expression.
Although Yi Yun had transmitted his voice to plead him to not take action, he could not simply sit idle and ignore the matter.
Yi Yun had been taken out of City Lord Manor and he decided to follow.
Wuxia, let's go to Myriad Immortal Palace together.
Si Yusheng is acting lawlessly and impudently.
He may be unscrupulous in his deeds, but I'm interested to see if the elders of his Myriad Immortal Pavilion would be as quick to toss aside decorum with me, Qin Zhengyang, as he was.
As Myriad City's city lord, Qin Zhengyang's status and personal strength made him an existence to be reckoned with for every major faction. Qin Zhengyang wanted to meet with the upper echelons of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. However, he knew that they would likely not see him.
They had probably acquiesced to Si Yusheng's desire to use extreme methods to resolve the matter. Using his youngest son as a threat and seizing Yi Yun at the zither recital was a demeaning act for the upper echelons of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
However, Si Yusheng was young and reckless.
Furthermore, he was well known to be flagrant in his deeds.
No one would speak up when he did such things.
This was what worried Qin Zhengyang. He suspected that the few Grand Elders of Myriad Immortal Pavilion would hide away and not meet him when he reached Myriad Immortal Palace. If that was the case, the matter would only get more problematic. Upon seeing City Lord Qin about to follow Si Yusheng and company out of the manor, Ruer felt unsettled. Dong Xiaoan held her hands and said, "Let's quickly follow after young master."
Yeah. Ruer jolted out of her daze and immediately nodded.
Upon seeing Dong Xiaoan and Ruer rush out after the group, Fairy Purple Rain's maidservant beside her said, with gleeful schadenfreude, "Back then, if you had come out politely to welcome my mistress and become a distinguished guest of our Guiyuan family, would you have landed in such a dire situation?" This Yi Yun is rather loyal to his friends. However, the staunch decision to die on one's feet rather than live on one's knees is a foolish choice at times. Fairy Purple Rain said softly. Then, she stood up and said, "From the looks of it, City Lord Qin is headed for the Myriad Immortal Palace.
This zither recital is probably finished. Let's follow and watch the show."
She cast her gaze at Princess White Fox, who was on the City Lord's boat. Then, she cast her gaze on another large and tall boat. Sitting in it was a figure that was like a thin cloud, concealing the moon while exuding a faint ethereal aura. She was none other than Fairy Yu Qin. That Yi Yun is Fairy Wuxia's friend. Fairy Wuxia will likely be going as well. Unfortunately, that means no duel between the two of them. Fairy Purple Rain smiled faintly as her figure flew swiftly towards the lakeside.
Fairy Yu Qin, Princess White Fox said. "It seems we must cancel today's zither recital. I need to accompany Uncle Qin to the Myriad Immortal Palace." Sitting in Paradise Chapter's boat, Fairy Yu Qin sighed lightly. At their last duel, she had tied with Fairy Wuxia. She had been eager to have another bout with her, but she never expected that the zither recital would be cancelled because of the conflict between the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and Yi Yun. Fairy Yu Qin had also caught wind of Yi Yun's situation. She found him an impressive person after seeing him dare to offend the Myriad Immortal Pavilion today. "Miss, since the zither recital is cancelled, let's return." A maidservant with a lithe and graceful figure came forward and said. Fairy Yu Qin shook her head slightly and said, "Probably more than half the people here will be going to see the commotion. Let's go as well. If the Myriad Immortal Pavilion wants to make Yi Yun its slave, I doubt the other factions will stand by."
As a genius alchemist without status or any backing, Yi Yun was like an ownerless gem on the street. Anyone that encountered him would naturally want to pick him up and claim him for their own. And the only way for Yi Yun to survive was to seek an outlet in the cracks between these factions. He could not detach himself from everything. He had to eventually rely on a particular faction and compromise for the sake of everyone's interests. Fairy Yu Qin was right. Even City Lord Qin and Fairy Wuxia had left. More than half the people present had followed. Outside City Lord Manor, there were many warriors. They knew that City Lord Manor was hosting a zither recital that day. Without an invitation, they could only linger outside the manor, hoping to hear the zither tunes from afar. When they saw the attendees, including City Lord Qin himself, leave the manor in a hurry, they were stupefied. What were they doing? Furthermore, they had seen that, right in front of the group, Yi Yun had his Yuan Qi sealed. He was restrained and being escorted out of the city. And on careful observation, the person escorting him was the successor of Myriad Immortal Pavilion, Si Yuxing. Si Yuxing was always in the limelight in Myriad City. He was the unspoken number one person of the younger generation. However, his vicious acts were widely known. Today, he was seizing Myriad City's most genius alchemist. The situation created quite a commotion. What's going on? Yi Yun has been captured. It must have to do with the vendetta between the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and Yi Yun. He is being escorted back now, so it seems the odds are greatly against Yi Yun. Chapter 1168, Under Mten Kuanhua. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Although Myriad City was large, the group of people walked as if they had the wind under their feet. They very quickly traversed through entire city regions. The streets were filled with people, who stopped in their tracks when the procession went by. Seeing Myriad City's number one genius alchemist being escorted by Myriad City's number one person in the younger generation, together with City Lord Qin, Fairy Yu Qin, Fairy Wuxia, and the elites of various large factions, almost half the city folk were alarmed by this gathering. People began asking about the situation, and were astounded when they learned the truth. People praised Yi Yun for his guts and lamented how the heavens were jealous of the talented. Others reveled in schadenfreude and anticipated the good show that was about to start. Along the path from City Lord Manor to the city gates, the number of people in the procession increased. It numbered in the thousands as they approached Myriad Immortal Palace's teleportation array, which was situated about 5 kilometers past the city gates. Myriad Immortal Palace's teleportation array was constructed at the top of Mten Kuanhua. One simply needed to enter the teleportation array to reach Myriad Immortal Palace. Yi Yun, take the teleportation array but don't be in a hurry. Once we reach the other side of the array, I'll entertain you. Si Yuxing laughed with a teasing tone. At that moment, Yi Yun was like a fish on a chopping block, completely at his mercy. This was the outcome of being arrogant while lacking any backing. After Yi Yun was forced to sign himself into indentured servitude, Si Yuxing had dreamed up all sorts of ways to seek revenge on him. You have to really be grateful for your alchemical abilities, without them you would have been chopped up and fed to fey beasts as soon as we reached Myriad Immortal Palace. Si Yuxing said with a sneer. Once they reached Myriad Immortal Palace, even City Lord Qin would not be able to protect Yi Yun. At that moment, Zuiqiu Bo had already passed through the teleportation array and activated it. Si Yuxing turned around, preparing to step through. At the same time, the two people holding onto Yi Yun pulled him toward the array. But Yi Yun suddenly came to a halt before turning his head over. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and walk forward. Si Yuxing's two subordinates rebuked him. Yi Yun looked at the two subordinates, a teasing look flashed in his eyes. When did I say that I would go to Myriad Immortal Palace with you? Oh? The two subordinates were stunned. Si Yuxing was also taken aback. He did not know why Yi Yun was speaking such nonsense at this point in time. What power did he have to decide on where he would go? I only wanted City Lord Qin to stay out of this matter, and he has done so. In exchange, you promised to release Qin Wufeng. I came with you out of City Lord Manor and Myriad City. All of this has nothing to do with City Lord Qin. City Lord Qin might be refraining from action, but I never said I would be at your mercy. Now that we are out of Myriad City, any action I take will not be subject to Myriad City's laws. Yi Yun said leisurely. Everyone present was stupefied after hearing that. What did Yi Yun mean? Was he still planning to act under these circumstances? Now that he was at the teleportation array with his Yuan Qi sealed by the black iron chains, what could he do? Furthermore, standing in front of him was the number one person of Myriad City's younger generation, Si Yushing. Si Yushing had been cultivating for more than 700 years and was an 8th-floor Dao Palace warrior. A century ago, he had been deemed as invincible among anyone below the supremacy level. Also, Si Yushing had brought 4 subordinates who were guardians of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. In the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, one needed to have a cultivation level above 6th-floor Dao Palace to be able to take on the role of guardian. Furthermore, their strength was heads and shoulders above warriors at the same cultivation level. Was Yi Yun mad, proclaiming that he could attack them under such circumstances? Was he asking for a beating? Ha ha ha. A purple-clothed guardian who was escorting Yi Yun laughed out boisterously. How dare you remain arrogant in such a situation? You are only a worthless wretch. If you really want to suffer some physical pain, I can grant your wish. As the purple-clothed guardian spoke, he made his way over to Yi Yun with a sinister grin. However, the moment he took a step forward, he came to a sudden halt. He could only watch helplessly as the black iron chains on Yi Yun were enveloped by gray light. Following that, the nomological runes on them dissipated into layers of black dust like a weathered sand sculpture. It was as if they were being dispelled by an invisible force. In seconds, the nomological runes on the black iron chains completely vanished. They turned into ordinary chains which, despite their excellent quality, were unable to withstand Yi Yun's strength. Yi Yun clenched his fists and, with a sudden jolt, discharged all of his Yuan Qi. Ka-cha! The accompanying explosion shattered all the black iron chains into countless fragments of metal that shot in every direction. Yi Yun loosened his joints and looked at the 4 guardians in front of him. A smile crept onto his lips as a row of white teeth was revealed. What? The purple-clothed guardian's face was drained of its color. How did the deep-sea black iron chains suddenly lose their nomological patterns, allowing Yi Yun to escape? You want to inflict physical pain on me? First, let me teach you what physical pain is. Killing intent appeared in Yi Yun's eyes as he suddenly took a step forward and punched straight at the purple-clothed guardian. Ah! The guardian exclaimed in fright as he retreated quickly. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of him to block the wind that came from Yi Yun's fist. But at that instant, 999 flying sabers appeared around Yi Yun. The saber beams were like flashes that shot straight at him. Sha! 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 The saber beams proceeded forward like a surging snowstorm, with razor-sharp ice that could slaughter anything. The purple-clothed guardian's clothes were shredded as his flesh was lacerated by the saber beams, causing a bloody mist to spray out. The purple-clothed guardian cried out in pain, and was nearly dismembered in an instant. Bam! The purple-clothed guardian slammed heavily to the ground as he groaned incessantly. He was still breathing, but his body was covered in deep cuts. His blood was mixing with the mud as pain reached straight to his heart. From how he was breathing out more than in, he was basically already dead. Yi Yun called back the 1,000 snow-flying sabers and looked at Si Yushing as intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. What happened? Wasn't he being restrained by the black iron chains? What is going on? Many of the onlookers were astonished. Yi Yun had escaped from the chains and faced a 6th-floor Dao Palace warrior, who was also a guardian of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
How was it possible that he was instantly defeated by Yi Yun the moment they clashed? Si Yusheng looked at the fragments of the black iron chains around Yi Yun. The arrogant and impudent look on his face was finally wiped away. The Dao patterns were wiped away. How did he do that? Si Yusheng frowned. In a split second, the black iron chains had been enveloped by a gray mist. What was that gray mist? Indeed, even Zuiqiu would not have identified the gray mist, let alone Si Yusheng. The major destruction laws had already exceeded the extent of their comprehension. 15 minutes ago, before the black iron chains were placed on Yi Yun, he had already circulated the major destruction powers and injected destruction marks infused with the 10,000 demon wheel of existence into the black iron chains. These destruction marks contained the destructive power of the universe. Wiping away the nomological Dao patterns on the black iron chains was no problem at all. From the beginning, Yi Yun had planned on resisting through violence. As Qin Wufeng was part of the equation, he did not want City Lord Qin to have a hand in this matter. I will not attack unless attacked. Si Yusheng, you wanted to send me to my death today, so why would I peacefully return with you to the Myriad Immortal Palace? Chapter 1169, One Strike Determines All. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. When Yi Yun made this proclamation, the thousands of people at the foot of Mtakunhua continued reeling in shock. Si Yusheng had brought with him 4 guardians, drawing lots of attention when he apprehended Yi Yun. Furthermore, he had the backup plan of laying a trap for Qin Wufeng, ensuring that nothing was amiss. But now, one of the 4 guardians had been slain by Yi Yun. Yi Yun had easily escaped the restraints of the black iron chains and now proclaimed to make Si Yusheng pay the price. What seemed like a dead end for Yi Yun had a shocking reversal, and in a manner that left everyone befuddled. Why was Yi Yun so insanely strong? Did he actually manage to instantly kill one of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's guardians? Wasn't he just a warrior that had just entered the realm of Dao Palace? If Yi Yun's cultivation realm and age were certain, then how high was his talent? It was completely unimaginable. Moreover, Yi Yun was not only strong in combat, he was also an alchemy master. He was a genius that completely exceeded their own level of understanding. Aside from the gathered strangers, even City Lord Qin and Princess White Fox were dumbstruck. Wuxia, you previously mentioned that Yi Yun's talent is extraordinary, but to think he has already reached such a phenomenal level. Princess White Fox shook her head and said, I didn't know either. He was indeed impressive years ago, but not to this point. Princess White Fox believed that she had already thought highly of Yi Yun, but she never imagined that, after only a few years, Yi Yun's strength would develop to such a terrifying level. At that moment, Si Yusheng was facing Yi Yun, his eyes glinting. Here I thought my trip would result in me capturing a dog to watch the house, but I never imagined you to be a wolf. Good. Very good. I have always loved taming wolves. I will bring you back to the Myriad Immortal Palace and pull out your wolf fangs, making you an obedient little dog, with no chance of rising up again. Boom! A terrifying aura blasted out from Si Yusheng. The sword that was slung on his back made an ear-piercing trill as it shot out with a sanguine beam of light, before being grabbed by Si Yusheng. The number 1 person of Myriad City's young generation had an aura as large as a mountain, whose peak could not be beheld. It made it difficult for people to look up at him. He had been deemed invincible among anyone below the supremacy level a century ago, and now he was facing Yi Yun, who was a first-floor Dao Palace warrior. Even though Yi Yun had demonstrated terrifying combat prowess, Si Yusheng wasn't worried at all. His strength was beyond that of the 4 guardians. Si Yusheng is about to attack. 8th floor Dao Palace against a 1st floor Dao Palace. The difference in cultivation levels is huge. People could see that Si Yusheng had raised his aura to the limits. They watched intently, for perhaps this was the first time in Si Yusheng's life when he had to seriously face an opponent who was so much weaker. Si Yusheng had always been the one fighting people above his level, so how unusual was it that he was on the opposite end? However, this battle is different. Yi Yun is too heaven-defying. Despite the huge difference in cultivation levels, I do not believe that this is a one-sided battle. Yi Yun being able to instantly kill the purple-clothed guardian indicates that he has the ability to face Si Yushing in battle. There were many experts in the crowd that numbered thousands. They believed that Yi Yun could create a miracle. Ability to face Si Yushing in battle? Ha ha! Zhuqiu Bo laughed out loudly. It looks like our successor has been out of the public eye for so long that many people have forgotten how powerful he is. Yi Yun will definitely suffer an abject defeat at our successor's hands. Zhuqiu Bo was extremely peeved at the crowd's speculations. How could Yi Yun's strength be comparable to Si Yushing? At that moment, Yi Yun had already pulled out his pure yang broken sword. The ancient and simple-looking broken sword was covered in rust. It wasn't lustrous in any manner, but with the divine alchemy cauldron as a precedent, everyone knew better than to count out the broken sword because it didn't look particularly impressive. Yi Yun, I'll slice off your legs. As an alchemist, your arms are sufficient. Legs are just superfluous for you. As Si Yushing spoke, he struck out with his sword. The land beneath him trembled as a gigantic rift appeared like the massive jaws of a beast, slowly spreading in every direction. Si Yushing's sword was like a flood dragon that emerged from the sea as it charged straight at Yi Yun. The might of the strike was too impressive. The surrounding space crumpled and caved in as a result, forming a cage that attempted to restrain Yi Yun. At the same time, the sword chi tore open the ground, wantonly spreading out. It left one's lifeblood in chaos as people retreated rapidly. Heart of the sword. Si Yushing had already gained insight into the heart of the sword. Everyone was astounded. To go from sword intent to the heart of the sword was a qualitative change for a swordsman. Although it did not enhance one's cultivation level, the offensive power of the sword would be increased thousandfold. For Si Yushing to be deemed the number one person of Myriad City's younger generation, he naturally had to have some extraordinary ability. While facing Si Yushing's life-threatening strike, Yi Yun did not hold back at all. He intended to finish the battle as soon as possible. With the pure yang broken sword in hand, Yi Yun slashed out and, in an instant, the light of the world seemed to be devoured as a massive black vortex appeared out of nowhere. It was as if it was connected to infinite chaos. Yi Yun's strike seemed to have opened up a brand new world. Boom! The black vortex came crashing down as it met Si Yushing's blood-red sword beam. The two different energies clashed violently. But there was no terrifying explosion, or a well-matched clash between the two forces as one might imagine. When the black vortex met the blood-red sword beam, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. The black vortex directly overcame the blood-red sword beam and began devouring it. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang as Yi Yun's strike crashed down like a wheel of fate. Its target was none other than Si Yushing. What? Si Yushing's expression changed drastically. He never imagined that his extremely confident strike would suffer a crushing defeat in such a manner. Facing the black vortex, he felt like he was against the entire universe itself. This was not how facing a junior at the Dao Palace realm should feel. The terrifying pressure made Si Yushing feel like he was fighting a monstrous old senior. Ha! With his life on the line, Si Yushing roared as he burned a mouthful of blood essence without any hesitation. As he retreated rapidly, he spat out a tiny green sword. The sword was about the length of a human palm, but it was crystalline. It seemed to possess intelligence, and everyone could tell from a glance that it was not ordinary. The tiny green sword was clearly Si Yushing's trump card. However, the black vortex was too fast. The sword attack that fused destruction and creation into one resulted in absolute repression from great Dao laws. There was no way it could be withstood. Si Yushing had just conjured his tiny sword when his body was enveloped by the vortex. His body turned so cold that he couldn't even feel it. At that instant, he was sure that he was exceedingly close to death. It scared Si Yusheng out of his wits. He was a proud son of heaven, invincible among anyone below the supremacy level. How could he possibly be defeated in a single strike by Yi Yun? Si Yusheng refused to believe it, while Zhuqiubo wore an expression like he had seen a ghost. He had predicted that the battle would be completely one-sided, but he never imagined it to be Yi Yun crushing Si Yusheng in such an indomitable fashion. Ka-cha! Si Yusheng's sword beam completely shattered as the tiny emerald green sword was entirely devoured by the black vortex before it could even demonstrate its might. Just as Si Yusheng's body was about to be ripped apart by the vortex's power, Si Yusheng bellowed hysterically. Yi Yun! You are mad. I'm the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's successor. If you kill me, you are definitely dead. No one will be able to protect you. However, his only answer was a grim smile on Yi Yun's lips. How could I kill you? I will at most hurt you. With that said, Yi Yun thrust his sword downwards. Pwah! The destruction vortex suddenly shrank in size due to Yi Yun's strike as it directly sank into Si Yusheng's dantian. There was a clear explosion sound as the destruction laws suddenly exploded in Si Yusheng's dantian. Si Yusheng felt as if his abdomen was being struck by a 10,000-pound sledgehammer, as an excruciating pain bore right into his heart. He let out a painful moan as his body flew backward, slamming heavily into Nukuonoa's cliff. Boom! The cliff that was 100 meters tall collapsed when met with Si Yusheng's massive impact. Si Yusheng was bleeding from all his orifices as his body trembled. The Yuan Qi within his meridians began leaking as he felt his body deflate like a rubber ball. You. Si Yusheng's face was as white as a sheet. He looked no different from a corpse that climbed out of a coffin. Yi Yun's strike had penetrated his dantian. Si Yusheng's connection with his dantian was completely severed, making him feel like he had plummeted into a deep abyssal hell. My dantian! My dantian! Si Yusheng held his abdomen crazily. His dantian had been destroyed by Yi Yun in one strike. A dantian that was destroyed through destruction laws was irreparable. And once a warrior lost his dantian, he was basically maimed of his cultivation level. From that moment forth, Si Yusheng would lose all his cultivation. To warriors, losing cultivation was more miserable than death. The scene that suddenly unfolded left the thousands of people watching completely speechless. They looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Their mouths were slightly agape, unable to close even after a long time. People originally believed that this would be a match between young geniuses of equal caliber. However, they never imagined that the battle would end so quickly. One strike. Only one strike was needed, and victory was determined. Si Yusheng, who had been crowned first in Myriad City's younger generation, had his dantian obliterated. Yi Yun was a junior without any faction backing him, yet he dared to destroy Si Yusheng's dantian. And the most terrifying aspect was Yi Yun's strike. It seemed to slash open an entirely new world. It was a law that people found hard to describe. It had exceeded their comprehension. Is it creation and destruction? Qin Zhanyang recalled the strike that he had just seen. The strike had seemingly slashed at his heart. It was a scene he would remember all his life. Qin Zhanyang never imagined that a strike from a junior at the Dao Palace realm would remain etched in his heart for the rest of his life. Chapter 1170, Fighting a Supremacy Again. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Walla, walla. Gravel from Nukuonoa continuously rolled down, revealing the bloodied Si Yusheng lying amid the rocks. He was still alive, but his face was as pale as wax paper, while a cadaverous air emanated from him. An elite with limitless potential ahead of him had his dantian destroyed, thrusting him back to being a mere mortal. How could he endure such a blow? Young master. Ruirendong Shaoan turned extremely anxious upon seeing this scene. They were happy that Yi Yun had defeated Si Yusheng,
but they knew that the myriad immortal pavilion would not simply accept Yi Yun crippling their promising successor.
Little bastard, you. Zhuqiu Bo's voice quivered. While he was amazed by Yi Yun's talent, he was also extremely incensed. Was this Yi Yun that stood before him really a junior? How could a junior possess such strength? As a supremacy, he was one of the strongest people in the myriad immortal pavilion. However, he failed to save Si Yusheng in a timely fashion because he believed that Si Yusheng would easily clinch victory. He never thought for a second that anything else could happen. As for Yi Yun's strike, it was too terrifying. It gave Zhuqiu Bo no time to save Si Yusheng. Yi Yun was extremely ruthless, destroying Si Yusheng's dantian in a single strike. Little bastard, you dare bring harm to Yusheng. Today, you will die a terrible death. Immense anger and fierce killing intent filled Zhuqiu Bo's eyes. At that moment, Yi Yun slashed out with the pure Yang broken sword. Be careful! The myriad immortal pavilion disciples that were present were alarmed. They thought that Yi Yun would attack them as they hastily retreated. However, the sword beam was not directed at them, but instead at the myriad immortal palace's teleportation array. Ka-cha! The sword beam exploded as a horrifying sword chi enveloped the area, destroying the teleportation array immediately. The Myriad Immortal Palace was located far from Myriad City. People from the Myriad Immortal Palace could easily reach the site of the battle through the teleportation array. As such, if a drawn-out battle occurred, Yi Yun would never be able to escape. His strike put an end to the possibility of reinforcements from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. I'll kill you! Zhuqiu Bo roared as his figure flew up like an old vulture. At the same time, a large bronze cauldron appeared behind Zhuqiu Bo. It was extremely heavy, with an immense strength that could crush the earth. It launched at Yi Yun. How could Zhuqiu Bo spare Yi Yun after he crippled Zhuqiu Haoyu and destroyed the teleportation array? The thousands of people present watched with widened eyes. This was a mighty supremacy's attack. Naturally, nothing Si Yusheng did could compare. Supremacies usually acted with their status in mind. They would seldom attack juniors, but, at that moment in time, Zhuqiu Bo could not be bothered with status. He wanted to cripple Yi Yun. Otherwise, how was he to answer to the sect when Si Yusheng had gone with him but returned with his dantian destroyed? Even against a supremacy's attack, Yi Yun remained calm. Back when he stormed the 7-star Dao Palace, he had clashed with a supremacy as well. Although Yi Yun was not necessarily the palatial lord's match, he was able to retreat unharmed. A supremacy did not pose an immediate threat. If he was not confident in that, Yi Yun would not have attacked Si Yusheng in the first place. Clang! The pure Yang broken sword issued a trill that resembled a dragon's roar as it stabbed at the large bronze cauldron. At that instant, an indescribable sword stance enveloped the entire land. The thousands of warriors present whose cultivation levels were below that of supremacy felt the sword chi pressing down at their glabella just by looking at the sword beam. It left their hair standing. Even their own swords quivered in response. It was as though they were being instigated by Yi Yun's sword stance to shoot out from their scabbards. Heart of the sword. People immediately realized that Yi Yun had also gained insights into the heart of the sword. Furthermore, his was even stronger than what Si Yusheng had accomplished. It was rumored that he was similar in age to Fairy Yuqin and Fairy Wuxia. It was unimaginable that he managed to gain such tremendously powerful insight into the heart of the sword. The talent he had was more heaven-defying than Si Yusheng. It was no wonder Si Yusheng was defeated at his hand. Dang! A loud boom sounded as the large bronze cauldron quaked vigorously. It had been deflected by Yi Yun with one strike. Zhuqiu Bo's psyche was connected to the cauldron, so he instantly felt his lifeblood frantically stir as he retreated. He was, after all, only an alchemist. In terms of strength, he was one of the weakest supremacies. He failed to hold any advantage over Yi Yun in a direct clash. In what sort of reality did a first-floor Dao palace match a supremacy? We can't let him leave or the repercussions would be unthinkable.
If they had only offended a genius alchemist, it would be problematic, but it would not shake the foundations of the myriad immortal pavilion. However, if they offended a peerless genius with completely unheard of talent, Yi Yun might lay siege to myriad immortal pavilion in a few hundred years and wipe them all out.
Zhuqiu Bo suddenly crushed a voice transmission charm to warn the myriad immortal pavilion.
At the same time, he conjured his large cauldron again to attack Yi Yun.
Zhuqiu Bo, don't you go overboard.
With a cold bellow, Qin Zhangyang took a step forward. He instantly appeared in front of Zhuqiu Bo, engulfing him with a massive wave of oppressive force. It made Zhuqiu Bo jolt as he came to a sudden halt.
To think that as a supremacy, you are attacking a junior with your full might. You are truly degenerating the longer you live.
Previously, when Si Yuxing attacked, Qin Zhangyang had stood idly by the side. However, how could he allow Zhuqiu Bo, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to seriously attack a junior who was younger than 100 years old?
Qin Zhangyang, are you opposing my myriad immortal pavilion? Zhuqiu Bo was feeling both anxious and angry.
He could only watch helplessly as Yi Yun conjured a tiny pagoda that spun into existence.
It was none other than the God Advent Tower. Upon seeing the God Advent Tower, Zhuqiu Bo's heart leapt. He was well read and could instantly tell that it was a mobile abode of excellent quality.
Ignoring the fact that Yi Yun was a Dao Palace Junior, even Zhuqiu Bo himself had not obtained such a top-grade mobile abode in his years of alchemical practice in Myriad City.
Shaowan, Ruer. Do not resist. Enter it. Yi Yun waved his hand as the God Advent Tower flew out.
Dong Xiaowan and Ruer stood obediently in place, allowing themselves to be sucked into the God Advent Tower.
After crippling Si Yuxing, Yi Yun knew that the myriad immortal pavilion would not tolerate his existence any longer. He had to leave.
Naturally, Ruer and Dong Xiaowan could not remain in Myriad City either, or the myriad immortal pavilion might attack the two when they failed to find him. And before he went to the Zither recital, he had already placed Ling Xier in the God Advent Tower. He had offended the myriad immortal pavilion, so how could he feel secure leaving Ling Xier alone in Yun Xin Loft? You are leaving? Qin Zhangyang could tell that Yi Yun was escaping based on his actions. At that moment in time, the only thing Yi Yun could do was leave.
I, Yi Yun, will not give up on Myriad City. I will come back again.
City Lord Qin, if you happen upon a soul returning route, please acquire it for me.
I will be extremely thankful in the future.
As Yi Yun spoke, he entered the God Advent Tower, which transformed into a stream of light that flew into the distance.
Zhuqiu Bo helplessly watched the pagoda fly away, unable to put a stop to it.
Ignoring Qin Zhangyang, he did not even have the strength to stop Yi Yun. Although he had sent a voice transmission, the teleportation array was already destroyed. By the time the myriad immortal pavilion received the news and rushed to his aid, Yi Yun would be tens of thousands of miles away.
Chapter 1171, Mountain Valley Lakeside. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. As the God Advent Tower flew, Yi Yun felt complete relief when he sensed that he was getting further away from Mtikuanhua. Crippling Si Yuxing put Yi Yun in a position where he would have no choice but to temporarily leave Myriad City. He had seriously jeopardized the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's future. Since the Myriad Immortal Pavilion was such a mighty and proud entity, they would not offer him a compromise. Yi Yun did not wish to compromise, anyway. Young master, what are your future plans? Ruer asked.
Find a quiet place and take up residence there, replied Yi Yun.
If that was impossible, the God Advent Tower was also habitable.
Young master, if you want a quiet place, I do have somewhere in mind.
Dong Xiaowan suggested. Yi Yun said, don't tell me it's the Jade Wave sect?
Although you have been with me, you haven't done a thing to Si Yuxing, so even if the Myriad Immortal Pavilion wants to take their fury out on the Jade Wave sect, they would be dispatching troops without just cause. However, if I were to stay in the Jadewave sect, it would be a different story. Young master, thank you for showing such concern to the Jadewave sect.
Dong Xiaowan smiled gently as she said, however, the place I have in mind isn't the Jadewave sect. It's just a private residence of mine. When I'm out traveling, I occasionally stay there when I want to be alone. Upon saying this, Dong Xiaowan did not realize that her face had suffused a blush. She was an unwed girl, and her private residence was equivalent to her boudoir. No one else had stepped into it, much less a young man. Yi Yun thought about it and said, "All right then. Let's go to this private residence of yours." The 3 years until the exchange meet was nothing but a blink of an eye to a warrior. On Mde Kuanhua, Zhuqiubo watched helplessly as Yi Yun retreated unscathed. His blood was in chaos as his eyes were filled with bloodlust. Si Yusheng was still on the ground like a dead wretch. The purple-clothed guardian was on his last breath. Worst of all, there were many renowned factions from Myriad City that saw the whole thing, as well as a large number of warriors. Him, a supremacy, had let Yi Yun escape in front of everyone. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion's face had been ruthlessly smacked by a junior. Qin Shengyang. Zhuqiubo glared coldly at City Lord Qin. I will report what happened today to the Pavilion Lord. Regardless of where Yi Yun runs to, my Myriad Immortal Pavilion will stop at nothing to destroy him. If you still wish to protect him, it means you are openly at odds with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. City Lord Qin revealed a look of mockery as he said, as an alchemist that just barely reached the stage of supremacy, you dare threaten me? Just report the facts. While you're at it, quickly take that cripple along with you and scram. And if that useless son of mine doesn't return today perfectly fine, I will personally visit to get him. Although the Myriad Immortal Pavilion was a massive entity, why would City Lord Qin be afraid of it? Furthermore, Si Yusheng had made an agreement with Yi Yun. Everyone present had heard it. As long as City Lord Qin did not obstruct Si Yusheng from taking Yi Yun away, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would have to release Qin Wufeng. Even if Si Yusheng was now half dead, the agreement could not be violated. Zhuqiubo's expression was ugly as he waved his hand. He said to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion subordinates, bring the young master and guardian along. We are leaving. Staying any longer would only incur more ridicule from the present crowd. It was obvious to Zhuqiubo that what happened today would quickly spread throughout Myriad City, or even the entire Empyrean heaven, making the Myriad Immortal Pavilion into a laughingstock. Seeing Zhuqiubo and company leave hurriedly like wretches, City Lord Qin turned his head and smiled at Princess White Fox, saying, Wuxia, Yi Yun handles matters in a resolute and careful manner. He will surely avoid the pursuit of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Also, with his strength, he can escape unharmed even against a supremacy. Although the Myriad Immortal Pavilion has quite a number of supremacies, its estate is massive and has many enemies. It cannot divert its best experts to pursue him. Princess White Fox nodded slightly. She felt relieved when she heard City Lord Qin say that. Speaking of which, this friend of yours has really surprised me greatly every time. Ah, said City Lord Qin with a laugh. Under the soft veil, Princess White Fox's beautiful face revealed a faint smile. Same here. He always surprises me every time. This time, Yi Yun's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, reaching heights that Princess White Fox had not expected. It appears that ever since he left the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, Yi Yun's cultivation speed had only become faster. Let's go, Fairy Yu Qin said to her female attendant. She dazzled in a white dress and had peerless beauty. However, having witnessed Yi Yun's terrifying talent, the aloof Fairy Yu Qin suddenly felt dispirited. She had always been placed on a pedestal, but when compared to Yi Yun, she was nothing. Even Si Yusheng had succumbed to Yi Yun. Back in the day, he had been high-spirited and enjoyed success, but now he was faced with a life worse than death. After that day, Yi Yun would definitely become famous throughout Myriad City. Everyone would know that Yi Yun was not as they first imagined. He was not only a genius alchemist, but also a monstrous expert with excellent martial talent.
The factions that thought Yi Yun to be a succulent piece of meat for the grabbing were in for quite a shock.
The God Advent Tower flew for hundreds of thousands of miles in one go before landing in a remote mountain valley.
The mountain valley had rolling mists outside it, but clear skies within. From the sky, they could make out a broad and calm lake that looked like a jade disk amid the green forest.
There were lotus flowers blooming, making for an amazing scene. In the middle of the lake, there was a tiny island with an exquisite bamboo house. There was a pavilion by the lakeside and paths laid out using gravel.
This place of yours is indeed remote and quiet. Yi Yun sized up the place and said in a satisfied tone. Dong Xiaowan smiled gently. This was a place even people from the Jade Wave sect did not know of. It was extremely hidden. Young master, it's great that you are satisfied with it. You saved my life and I have no way to repay you. Being able to help you a little delights me, said Dong Xiaowan.
All right. Yi Yun nodded as he spread out his perception through the entire mountain valley. However, we now have to be on the alert for the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
Your concealment array is overly simple.
I'll need to strengthen it a little.
Yi Yun had learned quite a bit about arrays from the Divine Alchemist's notes. He could now put that knowledge to use here, and also make use of his spatial abilities. He enveloped the entire mountain valley, distorting the space around the region. He made it into an independent small world that was completely isolated from the outside world. As such, even if a supremacy came to this mountain valley, they would not necessarily detect anything strange about the area without any prior knowledge.
Dong Xiaowan was astonished by Yi Yun's methods.
She was rather knowledgeable and realized what Yi Yun was doing.
Young master, you opened up an independent small world? Opening an independent space was not something many supremacies were even capable of.
It's not necessarily stable, but it will have no problem lasting for a few decades. Yi Yun had been cultivating in spatial dimension laws all these years. Unknowingly, he had cultivated it to such a level. He wasn't far from being able to truly open a small world by himself. Following that, Yi Yun carried Ling Xier out from the God Advent Tower and placed her within the bamboo house.
It had 3 rooms.
Ling Xier was given one while Yi Yun took another. Dong Xiaowan and Ruer shared the last room. The mountain valley naturally grew many spiritual plants and fruits. Dong Xiaowan and Ruer went to gather some, and at night, smoke billowed out from the bamboo house.
Yi Yun sat inside the pavilion by the lakeside while basking in the cool breeze. He watched the 2 girls busying themselves in front and behind the house.
They were lighting a fire to prepare the meals, and, gradually, his mood calmed down. He had offended the Myriad Immortal Pavilion greatly, but to save Ling Xier, he still needed to return to Myriad City. He was not the kind of person that would suffer in silence when being oppressed by others. He would settle the score with Myriad Immortal Pavilion slowly. And during this period of time, Yi Yun planned on cultivating more. By raising his strength, he could face the Myriad Immortal Pavilion earlier.
The mountain valley lakeside enjoyed a silent environment. The spiritual energy wasn't sparse either.
It was indeed a good place for seclusive cultivation. And living in such a peaceful place was very beneficial to Yi Yun's training of his soul. However, before that, Yi Yun had other plans.
He wanted to visit the Jade Wave sect's World Stone Mine. He wanted to take a look at the strange land that had caused Dong Xiaowan harm. Xiaowan, prepare to go with me to the Jade Wave sect's World Stone Mine. I want to see what mysteries lie behind the abandoned ruin that caused your sickness. What? Young master. Dong Xiaowan was alarmed. The abandoned ruin had been sealed off by the Jade Wave sect.
The sect had forbidden anyone from approaching it or even speak of it outside the sect. Now, rumors had spread that it was a cursed land. One would be cursed upon entry, and Dong Xiaowan was the perfect example. Young master, there are no treasures in that abandoned ruin. There's only bad luck and a curse. Young master, you might have extraordinary strength, but it's best you do not go to such a strange place.
What if you end up tainted by some evil entities, then I.
When Dong Xiaowan said this, she stopped. She did not how she should continue. She had no right to undermine what Yi Yun wanted to do, but, unknowingly, Dong Xiaowan realized that she had a baffling sense of concern for him. Perhaps, she had these feelings in her when she woke up from that dark world of despair and realized that it was this youth who had saved her.
It's fine. I will be careful. Yi Yun smiled at Dong Xiaowan.
He had a nagging feeling that the abandoned ancient ruin held some perplexing mysteries.
Chapter 1172, Giant City. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. News of Yi Yun crippling Si Yusheng and equaling Zhuqiu Bo quickly spread overnight.
The myriad Immortal Pavilion was enraged by the news and posted wanted notices for Yi Yun with stunning rewards. Many warriors could not help but be tempted when they saw the price for Yi Yun's head.
However, even if they were tempted, they valued their lives more. Yi Yun's strength had been clearly demonstrated in front of everyone.
Through the description from warriors present at the battle, it was determined that only warriors at cultivation levels at or above supremacies had the right to battle Yi Yun.
While the outside world buzzed with activity, Yi Yun led peaceful days in the mountain valley lakeside. Young master, have some tea.
Dong Xiaowan served a cup of refreshing tea to Yi Yun, who was reading and meditating in a pavilion. The tea's refreshing aroma lingered, and it had a green jade hue.
After drinking a mouthful of tea, he praised, "Great tea.
The spirit tea from this mountain valley is really not bad."
Thank you, young master.
Dong Xiaowan smiled slightly, but inside she was like a bed of blooming flowers.
It made the surrounding scenery lose its color.
Yi Yun placed the teacup down and said, "I'll be going to the ancient ruin today to take a look." Over the past few days, Dong Xiaowan had described to Yi Yun the internals of the ancient ruin in great detail. And after a few days of recuperation, Yi Yun was back at peak condition.
The ancient ruin was fraught with danger at every turn. Everything had to be done carefully. In his present state, he was the best equipped to head for the ruin. Young master, do you really not need me to go with you?
Dong Xiaowan asked worriedly. Beside her, Ruer bit her lip and did not say a word.
Her strength was mediocre, so she would be useless in the ruin. She was better off staying behind to take care of Ling Xier. There's no need. You have yet to fully recover. You might actually relapse if you go. Yi Yun said as he stood up. I'll leave Xier in your hands. I will come back as soon as possible. The moment his voice faded, Yi Yun's body transformed into a stream of light. In a blink of an eye, he vanished from the array barrier around the mountain valley. He had strengthened the array over the past few days. Only with that could he be at ease leaving Ling Xier and the two girls behind. The ancient ruin was more than 50,000 kilometers from the mountain valley, but ever since Yi Yun gained comprehension of profound spatial dimension laws, his speed had increased tremendously. A typical Dao Palace realm warrior would spend 2 days traversing the distance, but Yi Yun could do it in half a day. Guarding this area is truly scary. In a black mountain range that stretched for thousands of kilometers but was void of any vegetation, a few warriors guarded the area around a teleportation array. These warriors were dressed in Jade Wave sect uniforms. After the Jade Wave sect ordered the place to be sealed, they were the only ones left to guard the teleportation array and prevent others from entering. However, the place effused a cadaveric air and carried terrifying curses within, so these warriors stood guard with trepidatious hearts. There probably isn't anyone stupid enough to trespass this area. There are evil entities inside. Another warrior responded. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden change in the surrounding Yuan Qi. It was as if an icy gale was blowing past them, leaving him chattering from the cold. Oh? Did you feel that? I felt it. The pale-faced warriors exchanged looks. Let's not talk about this. Cut it out. cut it out.
Yi Yun wasn't aware that the Yuan Qi fluctuations he stirred when he passed the warriors had generated odd thoughts in them.
He landed somewhere along the mountainside.
The Jade Wave Sex World Stone Mine was located in the mountain range, but the valley in it was as broad as an empty plain. The mountain peaks on both sides of the valley resembled tall black towers that seemed to envelop the area. The mine had already been sealed off by the Jade Wave sect, but with Dong Xiaowan's instructions, Yi Yun knew how to gain entry. He conjured a few hand seals and immediately, the mine that had been calm stirred and revealed an entrance.
Yi Yun looked at the entrance before entering it without any hesitation. After Yi Yun entered, the entrance quaked before vanishing.
And all of this was not detected by the warriors on guard. After searching around the mine for a while, Yi Yun finally found the spot where the ancient ruin was according to Dong Xiaowan's descriptions.
Upon entering the ancient ruin, Yi Yun immediately felt chaotic Yuan Qi as well as an intense chill. The temperature was so low that saying water droplets would immediately freeze was not enough. However, there was no ice on the ground. There was only gray gravel. There was also not a single hint of vegetation as far as the eyes could see. It was bleakly cold, silent, and dark. It was like an abandoned world, isolated from the sunlight. There was no life in this place, only ice-cold silence. Yi Yun kept a close eye on his surroundings. At the same time, he circulated his Yuan Qi to withstand the cold. When Yi Yun proceeded a distance forward, he saw a scene that awed him. In front of him was a gigantic city built on a plain. Everything was extremely massive, there were towering buildings and wide paths. Yi Yun stood in front of an abandoned house and felt that he was only a minute fraction of the height of the main door. This ordinary house door looked like a towering city door. In this city, Yi Yun felt like he had shrunk to the size of an ant. Compared to such a city, the black mountain peaks on the side really resembled city walls. Yi Yun even had a feeling that they weren't actually part of the mountain range, but of weathered city walls. Weathered city walls that turned into a mountain range. Such a magnificent city was truly unheard of. If that was the case, the mountain range that stretched for thousands of kilometers would be the circumference of the ancient ruin. Human history repeats itself, but the world changes all the time. Countless cities had been destroyed or abandoned through the passage of endless time. It was common to chance across such ancient ruins, but these extremely massive buildings did not seem like they were built for humans. Who could they be for? Yi Yun recalled the records he had seen in canon. In ancient legends, there were races with gargantuan bodies. Could the city have been constructed by them? Ignoring everything else, Yi Yun had encountered a bronze giant before. It could flatten mountains with a footstep. Although the city in front of him was humongous, it would only be a toy in front of the bronze giant that towered into the heavens. The puzzled Yi Yun continued walking through the city. There was no indication how long the city had been left desolate. The entire city was empty as the sound of Yi Yun's footsteps echoed. It felt like he had transmigrated through space and time. He had the purple crystal's energy vision activated constantly as he observed everything around him. After walking for nearly an hour, Yi Yun's heart suddenly shook, and he turned extremely vigilant. He saw something that made him shudder. In the energy vision, everything had turned into monotonous lines. However, hidden beneath these lines, Yi Yun saw rows of bright dots. But on closer inspection, Yi Yun realized that these bright dots were eyes. Every pair of eyes belonged to a distorted human face. The eyes were densely packed and were all lurking beneath the ground. Chapter 1173, Beautiful Figure of the Ancient Tomb. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. This is... Yi Yun instantly drew his pure yang broken sword. The distorted human faces were identical to the one Yi Yun had seen in Dong Xiaowan's body. Without a doubt, Dong Xiaowan had been possessed by one of these. Although Yi Yun had the purple crystal which could suppress these evil entities, there were thousands, if not tens of thousands, of these evil entities lurking underground. If they all chose to rush him at once, wouldn't he be doomed no matter how strong he was? He reluctantly retreated, but only made it a few steps before he stopped. He realized that the faces hidden beneath the ground did not move. Some of the human faces had hideous expressions, but others were in a state of deep sleep. Their faces were grayish-white and their eyes were tightly shut. Some even had faces covered in wrinkles like a dried corpse. Ian pondered for a moment, then held his breath as he tried to close the distance. He approached from the sky gradually. He circled a gigantic building and finally saw the area where these evil entities lurked. It was a cemetery that stretched out to the horizon. There were gray rocks that were the remains of crumbled tombstones. There were shattered slabs scattered everywhere, with some half buried. The text on the tombstones had been worn away, making them impossible to date. The giant, dilapidated city had an abandoned cemetery with evil entities lurking within the ancient graves. Ian found the whole situation suspicious. What had happened here? At that moment, Ian was flying 1,000 meters above the cemetery. Although he wanted to fully probe the area, he did not dare descend. It was too great a risk. If the evil entities were to collectively awaken and charge at him together, he might be swallowed whole, not even leaving a drop of blood. But if he were to leave, then what was the point of coming to the ruin? Yun was in a dilemma. He knew very clearly that the smart choice was to leave. At that point in time, there was nothing to gain from being here, just as Dong Xiaowan said. There was only strangeness and curses. However, Ian had a nagging feeling that he would miss out on something big if he left now. Ian hovered in midair for a very long period of time before he began to slowly descend. Ian descended a foot at a time in an extremely careful manner. He took a total of 15 minutes to make it halfway to the ground. However, at that moment, Ian witnessed something that alarmed him. He saw a white-dressed female standing calmly in front of a rundown tomb in the endless gray-colored cemetery. She looked like she was in her 20s and did not exude the aura of an expert. In that respect, she was like an ordinary mortal girl, but her disposition was like that of an Empyrean from the ninth heaven. She was like an orchid blooming on an iceberg, aloof and noble. It prevented anyone from having any thoughts of desecrating her. Who is she? Yun felt an upheaval of emotions. He had been carefully observing the entire cemetery to prevent the evil entities from sneaking up on him. However, he had not seen this woman. The woman seemed to appear out of nowhere, but her calm and peaceful demeanor made it seem like she had been standing there all along, experiencing great periods of time. Was she a ghost? Yun stopped descending and watched the woman intently. He circulated every bit of his yuan qi. For a white-dressed female to suddenly appear in the middle of a cemetery filled with evil entities, it would make anyone have trouble remaining calm. However, the woman's disposition was otherworldly, like a divine goddess from heaven. It made it seem like she had nothing to do with the abnormality of the land. You can come down. The evil entities here will not harm you. I will not harm you either. The woman spoke softly. Her voice was ethereal and pleasant. It was like an immortal tune coming from the heavens, but she was using an ancient language that Yun had never heard. More strangely, he was able to understand everything she said. It was as though the meaning was communicated to him instantly when her voice reached his mind. Yun hesitated for a moment. Having encountered such a strange situation, any rational person would not easily believe the woman's words. However, Yun's instincts told him that the woman wasn't an evil entity. It was indicated both by her aura and the projection seen through the purple crystal's energy vision. Yun took a deep breath as he clenched his pure yang broken sword and landed about 100 feet away from the white-dressed female. The woman had a faint luster exuding from her body. It seemed like she had condensed the essence of the starlight and moonlight. Her dress was as white as snow, and it contrasted heavily with the gray world around her. Thus, although she was standing in the middle of an abandoned cemetery, Ian felt that she stood independent from the world,
as if she was in an alternate spacetime dimension. The woman glanced at Yi-Yun with eyes that beamed with infinite divine light. The instant she saw Yi-Yun, she revealed a puzzled look. At the same time, a clear and cold voice entered Yi-Yun's ears. "Your aura seems familiar." Familiar? Yi-Yun was certain that he did not know the mysterious woman. The woman quickly calmed once more as she lightly said, "It's just a hint of something familiar. But you shouldn't know her, so do not worry about it." The woman's words left Yi-Yun befuddled from beginning to end. However, he believed that the cultivation level of the woman in front of him was unfathomable. There was no way her sense of familiarity with him was a mistake. Where could that sense of familiarity stem from? "Senior, I wonder who?" Yi-Yun cupped his hands and asked. The woman seemed like she could return to wherever she came from with the wind at any time. She did not seem like she belonged to this world. Yi-Yun didn't even know if she was human. "There is no need for you to know my name." The white-dressed female shook her head. "You are around 60 years of age, yet you can sense the secrets hidden beneath this cemetery." "I'm curious as to how." The moment the white-dressed female spoke, Yi-Yun's heart clammed up. The woman had managed to accurately determine his age with one look and asked a question about something he kept secret. Yi-Yun felt like this woman could see right through him. "There is no need for you to feel nervous. I have no ill intentions toward you. It's just that you seem to have had some unique experiences. As a product of them and your hard work, your strength seems to far exceed other warriors at your level. You remind me of someone." "Senior, who do you speak of?" Yi-Yun held his breath. The woman's sharp intuition left him uneasy, as if she could see through everything. How strong was such a person? Yi-Yun suddenly realized that there were too many experts that he did not know of in this world. Their realms far exceeded his imagination. Upon hearing Yi-Yun's inquiry, the white-dressed female sighed slightly. Her eyes seemed to be looking very far away, as if she was lost in a long thought. "Someone I know. You resemble him a lot." "Him?" Yi-Yun frowned slightly. The white-dressed female's words were filled with mystery. At first, she referred to a her and now it was him. Yi-Yun was completely at a loss as to who the white-dressed female might be referring to. "My name is Divine Dream." The white-dressed female suddenly gave her name before nonchalantly turning around. Yi-Yun was taken aback momentarily. He originally thought that she would not tell him her name, but she had so suddenly given it to him. Divine Dream? In the canonical books that he had read, he did not recall such a name. Chapter 1174, Vanquishing Demons. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. "Senior, please wait." Yi-Yun followed the white-dressed female. "Senior, can you tell me what this place is? And what is buried here?" "To be honest, a friend of mine has been possessed by one of these ghost faces. Now, no matter what she does, she can't make any progress in her cultivation. Furthermore, the ghost was even eating away at her vitality. I want to know how the curse can be resolved." Yi-Yun sensed that the white-dressed female was about to leave. He immediately asked all the questions on his mind because he felt that if he didn't, he would lose his chance. "Oh? You are here to save a friend?" The white-dressed female came to a slight pause as she asked. "That is one reason. There's also the curiosity of figuring out what is happening here," Yi-Yun said honestly. The white-dressed female fell silent for a long while before speaking. History changes erratically. Time is enough to wipe away many things. This land you are currently in, it used to be a city built by the slaves of an ancient race. Your people call this ancient race the Ancestor Gods. Ancestor Gods? Yi-Yun's heart stirred. What do they look like? Their bodies appear to be built from bronze. Their heights range from 50 kilometers to even 500 or 5,000 kilometers. they can crush the lands and squash the stars.
Indeed.
Iyun realized that the bronze giants he had seen before were ancestor gods. Back in the Azurewood Great World, one of them had been sealed away for hundreds of millions of years. It was an extremely frail bronze giant, but it could easily steamroll Felicitous Rain Lord, as well as several other powerful divine lords.
That scene remained etched in Iyun's memories.
In fact, back in the lower realm a long time ago, Iyun had visited the Pure Yang Sword Palace a second time. There he heard the Sword Spirit mention the ancestor gods. The Sword Spirit told of the formation of the universe where the 12 Empyrean heavens reside, and how the heavenly Tao and the ancestor gods were born out of the chaos. Their history in the 12 Empyrean heavens was too dense to wrap up in a short tale. And the Tian Yuan world was one of the vessels that sealed the ancestor gods, king of the gods.
Servants of the bronze giant. Then, these sleeping human faces are the bronze giant's servants? Why can they live so long? If they awaken, will it cause a disaster? Inside, Iyun reeled. He was shocked to discover such a ruin under the myriad divine territory. If the tens of thousands of servants were to be released, would they cause a massacre in the myriad divine territory? The white-dressed female shook her head and said, "These servants aren't as powerful as you think. They are only low-ranking servants who constructed the cities and mausoleums for the ancestor gods. The reason why they can live so long is that they have abandoned their physical bodies, living on as spiritual entities. Then, they seal their spiritual bodies in blood ice, freezing their existence in that state. The reason why your friend cannot cultivate is that the demonic servant possessing her is draining her Yuan Qi in an attempt to replace her. These demonic servants aren't that terrifying. You can deal with them alone.
Even if the tens of thousands of demonic servants buried here were to escape, they would not cause too much of a stir.
Someone would definitely appear and deal with them. If you wish to help your friend, do it yourself. Consider it a form of experiential training."
When the white-dressed female said that, her body gradually transformed into streams of light that vanished.
"Senior."
Iyun was taken aback as he watched the streams of light vanish. He felt somewhat despondent. The woman's strength had far exceeded his imagination. She seemed to understand many of the secrets of this world, but, unfortunately, she was gone. "Since the senior said that I can deal with these demonic servants, let me attempt it." Iyun calmed his heart as he turned to look at the densely packed and odd human faces. Understanding something before having the strength to act on it was not necessarily a good thing. The true shape of the world was something he would naturally understand once he reached a high enough level where he could see everything at a glance. Before him now were the demonic servants. Iyun slowly walked along the boundary of the huge cemetery as he observed the situation with the ghastly faces. The white-dressed female had said that the ghastly faces were spiritual bodies that had abandoned their physical bodies. Iyun also discovered that the ghastly faces were being sealed by massive red ice blocks.
Although they had hideous looks, they had no vibrancy in them.
It was unknown how long they had been lying in slumber.
Just watching won't do. I might as well take action. Iyun chose one of the faces on the boundary and pointed the Pure Yang broken sword at the ground.
By sealing themselves inside the blood ice, they've made themselves into easy targets.
Iyun thought to himself.
But at that moment, the ghastly face seemed to sense danger, and suddenly opened its eyes.
The area around the ghastly face's eyes were two black holes. Inside seemed to be two regions of endless darkness. Instantly, an ear-piercing shrill resounded in Iyun's mind as the ghastly face escaped the blood ice and pounced at Iyun. Iyun's pupils constricted. What a fierce demonic entity!
His Yuan Qi surged as a blast of killing intent abruptly rose up in him. At the same time, the ghastly face was right in front of Iyun.
The ghastly face was oddly swift.
It would catch anyone off guard, especially considering how most people could not see it without the purple crystal.
However, what truly surprised Iyun was that the face didn't attack. Despite coming right in front of him,
the ghastly face suddenly let out a sharp scream and retreated before could he even slash at it. From the ghastly face's sharp scream, Yi-Yun could sense that it was afraid of something. Could it be afraid of him? Impossible. If so, it would not have taken the initiative to leap at him. The ghastly face apprehensively distanced itself from Yi-Yun before turning to escape. You want to escape? Yi-Yun looked at the ghastly face as he slashed down from afar. 3-foot passage sword, Sword of Time. The sword beam instantly closed the gap between Yi-Yun and the ghastly face, brutally striking the face.
Yi-Yun's pure yang sword beam was the bane of eviline entities.
The ghastly face was only a spiritual body, so, after it was struck by the sword beam, it instantly melted like ice or snow exposed to fire. Yi-Yun wasted no time in closing the gap. The ghastly face was still attempting to escape, but Yi-Yun used spatial dimension laws to create a tiny cage to entrap it. Upon seeing Yi-Yun so close, the fear in the ghastly face turned more pronounced. Its spiritual body moved erratically as if it was afraid to even look at Yi-Yun.
Are you afraid of the purple crystal?
Yi-Yun recalled that back when he probed the evil spirit within Dong Xiaowan's body, it had also been extremely wary of him. It had nearly killed Dong Xiaowan, but, because of him, it entered remission. As Yi-Yun was pondering that idea, he suddenly felt the azure wood divine tree within his body emit a thick and vibrant aura. It was as if it had seen something and was dancing in joy. Yi-Yun was connected to the azure wood divine tree through his very soul.
He sensed that the azure wood divine tree yearned for the demonic servant in front of him. Could it be? Yi-Yun's heart stirred.
He finally knew what the ghastly face was afraid of. According to the white-dressed female, the ghastly faces were the demonic servants of the bronze giants, also known as the ancestor gods. As for the azure wood divine tree, it was a supreme divine tree that could seal an ancestor god. Back in the azure wood great world, the azure wood divine tree had suppressed a bronze giant for hundreds of millions of years. Even though it did eventually free itself, it ended up being suppressed once more by the awoken azure wood divine tree.
Now, the azure wood divine tree's seed was within him.
If the demonic servant's master could be sealed, it was only natural that it would be afraid of suffering the same fate. The azure wood divine tree was their nemesis.
Yi-Yun looked at the ghastly face in the spatial cage. It was slamming around, stricken with terror.
As he sensed the desires of the azure wood divine tree within his body, he attempted to release the psyche restrictions he placed on the azure wood divine tree.
Instantly, the phantom of a divine tree appeared behind Yi-Yun. Phew!
An azure beam of light shot out. It was a green leaf that wrapped itself around the ghastly face as the face issued a lamentable howl. Following that, it exploded, turning into countless dots of lights that were absorbed by the divine tree. The ghastly face vanished and the azure wood divine tree's leaf appeared to turn a little lusher.
Follow current novels on topnovelfull.com. Chapter 1175, A Rude Awakening. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. This is...
Yi-Yun was surprised by this turn of events. Although he knew that the azure wood divine tree was able to restrain a bronze giant, he never expected that the azure wood divine tree could directly reduce the bronze giant's servant to Yuan Qi before wholly absorbing it. What sort of origin did the azure wood divine tree have? Yi-Yun guessed that the mysterious woman with the 9 transformations red lotus on her forehead might have transplanted the divine tree from a particular primitive land. It was the nemesis of the bronze giants and their servants by nature. Even the purple crystal, which symbolized a great Tao, was unable to absorb energy that had life.
As for the azure wood divine tree, it apparently had no such restriction when it came to bronze giants.
Yi-Yun studied the azure wood divine tree within his dantian. It had already grown from a sprout to a tiny tree. It was about 20 feet tall, and in its leaves were etched great Tao patterns. It looked lush, green, and full of vibrancy.
Yi-Yun stroked his chin.
He could not help but consider the idea that, since the Azure-wood divine tree was able to absorb the demonic servant, it was possible for him to cleanly absorb every demonic servant gathered there.
According to what Senior Divine Dream said, the land where the demonic servants slept was nothing impressive. However, their very presence there was still a hidden threat to the Yang God Emperor in heaven. If the demonic servants were ever unleashed upon the world, it would cause a catastrophe, if not the total destruction of all life. Furthermore, these demonic servants were extremely nourishing for the Azure-wood divine tree. Absorbing them could enhance its growth.
Back when Ian broke through to the Dao manifestation realm, his 4 9-leaf Dao fruits hung from the Azure-wood divine tree. After he broke through to the Dao palace realm, his 9-treasured Dao palace had fused with the Azure-wood divine tree. Looking at it that way, the Azure-wood divine tree's growth was directly related to Ian's cultivation realms. After making up his mind, Ian aimed at another rundown grave. With one strike, he tore open the grave and saw the blood ice buried within. A notch in the red ice crystal had been sliced open by the pure Yang broken sword, but there was nothing within the ice crystal.
It was an empty ice crystal coffin.
Ian frowned slightly as he opened a few more graves, all of which were empty. Back when Dong Xiaowan came here with the Jadewave sect, she had been possessed by a demonic servant. However, from the looks of it, that was not the only demonic servant that had awoken that day. Perhaps there were other demonic servants that had awoken and left the ancient ruin. When he realized this, Ian's heart clammed up. These demonic servants were not going to cause immediate disaster after they escaped, but they were bound to escape. Even now, they were slowly awakening from their slumbers. As time went on, more and more demonic servants would recover their strength and wreak havoc in the external world. It would only spell trouble when that happened. I need to kill them before they recover their strength. Ian broke open a grave and found a demonic servant. Upon sensing Ian's appearance, the demonic servant screamed sharply, but before it could do anything else, it was sealed within Ian's spatial cage. The Azure-wood divine tree materialized behind Ian and instantly reduced the demonic servant into Yuan Qi for absorption. All of the energy that it had accumulated over many years was quickly transformed into nutrients for the Azure-wood divine tree.
Next, Ian's eyes sparkled. A fierce bear in hibernation could be killed by mortals, much less Ian who had the Azure-wood divine tree. He was the demonic servant's nemesis. Killing them took nothing from him. Gradually, Ian sensed that the energy stored within the Azure-wood divine tree was increasing. It was slowly growing taller as its leaves became more luxuriant. However, after he had absorbed more than 100 demonic servants for the Azure-wood divine tree, Ian suddenly felt an ominous feeling. He took a slight step back and, at that moment, a black storm stirred in front of him. In his energy vision, he could see the demonic servants open their eyes one after the other, shooting out dark red beams of light. Pa! 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 The red ice coffins underground exploded in succession as demonic servants rushed out from their blood ice enclosures. Having their slumber disturbed made them extremely furious. They wanted to devour everything around them. Oh no! Ian's heart sank. In the end, it was him that managed to awaken the sleeping demonic spirits. Now, 20 to 30,000 demonic servants were rising from the ground. Even with the Azure-wood divine tree, he was unable to vanquish such a massive number of demonic servants. Fortunately, Ian could sense through his energy vision that the demonic servants in front of him were only huge in number. Since they had just been forcefully awoken, they were like premature babies. They were extremely weak and did not pose any threat. Furthermore, after any of the demonic servants discovered Ian, they became very apprehensive towards him. None of them dared to truly attack him. With the pure Yang broken sword in hand, he looked at the black swath of demonic servants. He was fully focused and on high alert. He figured that the demonic servants would eventually attack together. When that happened, he would be in danger. Once he was too overwhelmed to resist, he would be devoured clean by the tens of thousands of demonic servants. Roar! At that moment, a demonic servant roared. It was several times bigger than the other demonic servants. Its color was deeper, and it was easy to tell that it was one of the stronger demonic servants. Iyun watched as the powerful demonic servant's body sparkled with intense light. He believed that it would lead the charge to attack him, but suddenly, something that surprised Iyun happened. The demonic servant abruptly turned back and bit another demonic servant that was much weaker than it. It swiftly consumed its fellow. What? Iyun was more than a little taken aback. With the powerful demonic servant taking the lead, the other demonic servants began to engage in a massacre. The stronger demonic servants devoured the weaker demonic servants. None of the weaker demonic servants put up any meaningful resistance, as if they were resigned to being devoured. As for the demonic servants that ate their kind, they became more powerful. Soon, tens of thousands of demonic servants were reduced to 8 to 9,000. Upon seeing this, Iyun finally realized that this was a way for the demonic servants to rapidly gather strength. Due to his presence, these demonic servants had no choice but to awaken early. Only by devouring their own kind could they make up for the loss. Die! How could Iyun allow them to continue increasing in power? With a long roar, the pure Yang broken sword in his hand blazed with Yang flames. It was as if a sun had appeared out of nowhere in an icy underground world. At the same time, he completely imbued the Azure Wood Divine Tree's powers into his sword. Slashing out with his sword, both the Divine Tree's power and the pure Yang power surged forth. Demonic servants were burned clean from wherever the sword beam passed. They melted immediately. Ah! 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 The demonic servants screamed loudly as they attempted to escape. At that moment, the Azure Wood Divine Tree's phantom image materialized behind him. He charged into the demonic servants and began his slaughter. The veins of the Azure Wood Divine Tree shot out in every direction like green whips. Wherever the whips lashed, demonic servants were split apart and exploded into a shower of light. The light was absorbed by the Azure Wood Divine Tree, making its veins appear even more resplendent.